Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. They for there to see. Just like a wind spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards in the weekend, harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make great.
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics with Jen. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. Yes, it is Monday again, guys, and we are going to be listening in with some of this hearing, day one of the hearing, and we've got to look at the astrology. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. Peggy, thank you so much for subscribing and being here. Hello, Jeff and April and Jill. Orb Attraction is in the house. Thank you guys so much for being here. Yes, it's Monday again. Hey, Janice. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. So, hello, April. Thank you guys for being here. As you know, when this first happened, you know who I claimed to be responsible? Israel, Trump, Elon, the Epstein class. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Let's listen in and see what they're saying, guys.
John Wilson, KSL News.
Mr. Wilson, what duties will you perform today?
Shooting the proceeding according to the quorum order.
All right. And have you had a chance to fully review the court's standing decorum order?
I have, sir.
All right. And you understand all the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes, sir.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust the equipment to ensure compliance?
No, sir.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with today's with the order or with any of the court's instructions?
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate you being here. Next, turning to the amended motion to allow the use of portable electronic devices filed by.
I'm going to mute this while he is doing his little opening statements because I want to, guys, I really need to tell you that when this took place, the players that I saw in the transits the day before, I had no idea who Charlie Kirk was. Had no idea who he was. I just knew that it was the time frame of that assassination was pertinent. It was major, it was intense, and it had to do with the military industrial complex, right? And that is who they are. When we talk about who they, those, it is, and those people are not just in our politics, but they are with the religious sects. It is a lot of people that I saw in that chart. And when I show you guys another way that we can look at a chart, and I bring up the dual charts when he was assassinated, it's mind-blowing. It is literally mind-blowing to look at his map. It's mind-blowing. And I don't need, I don't need to look at a chart doing it in the 0 Aries. But I think that when I do that and I show you the mean and true node, the mean node versus the true node, y'all are going to understand. You're going to understand why I did it this way to show you guys another way that we can investigate using the tool of astrology. And I also want to say, and hello, Janet, good to see you guys. I also want to say that my daughter is 36 weeks pregnant. And so I'm going to be off and on. There may be lives that I schedule that I won't be able to do. So just be patient with me. Just be patient with me because I wanted to do our class yesterday, the Thy Know Thyself class yesterday, but I was unable to do that. And I'm going to try to do that today. I don't know what time, but I'm definitely going to try to do that today. But I do want to cover this as well because this is taking a lot. The transits are showing this week, the intensity with this week, with our markets, with Donald Trump, with the Federal Reserve. There is a lot going on. Oh, thank you, Janet. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's see what he's saying now. Let's see what he's saying now. And then as we get into any type of breaks or whatever, I've got some things to show you. So let's see what he's saying right now. Let's see.
Bench, and all parties will approach the bench. Both sides will be afforded an opportunity to be heard for or against the objection, after which I will issue a ruling either sustaining or overruling the objection. Once the ruling has been made, direct or cross-examination may resume. I anticipate that we will begin each morning at 9 a.m. with the exception of Wednesday, when we will begin at 1 p.m. We will take a 15-minute morning break and a 15-minute afternoon break. If there,
Okay, so he is still talking. He's still talking. I want to share this with you guys right now. This is what I want to share with you right now. This is from Jimmy Rex. This is from Jimmy Rex. I'm going to put the link right here. And thank you guys for the congrats. We've been going through a lot. This is what I want to show you right here before we actually get going, because it looks like the judge is just doing some, you know.
That was all it was. It's, I'm going to go help these guys. He's asking for help.
This is a paver guy. It says, I was hired to pave over Charlie Kirk's death scene. This is the paver guy.
They want to do it right. He framed it in the sense that, hey, we want this to be done right. So that's why I showed up. So, I mean, to do pavers correctly, you over excavate, you get rid of the top. So
you do?
You do 100%. Okay. You want to get a good base. And these guys had kind of, you know, there was two guys in charge and
this guy doesn't work Sundays, but he was called on a Sunday because he's a local. He's good at what he does. And he was called on a Sunday. And it was an emergency paver situation with the FBI.
A ragtag crew. One of the guys was in charge of a state-owned facility in American Fork. And the other guy was in a maintenance groundskeeper on a facility in Provo. And these are the two guys I'm corresponding with. The first guy, you know, the second guy that I hadn't talked to on the phone basically said, hey, look, we're not talking to anybody. We're not saying anything to the media. He says, this is above our pay grade. The FBI and the state, the governor and the FBI, that's what they told me. The governor and the FBI said they want this done by Monday and we need to get it done. We're not asking questions. We're not talking to the media. And so I said, okay. So I just, you know, that's kind of my MO is, you know, I've been in so many car wrecks and, you know, I got a rollover when I was 17 and there was 3 girls in the car. I broke my back in 3 places, got a traumatic brain injury, but nobody has, I didn't have my seatbelt on. I wrecked. We rolled down the freeway. We landed on the wheels and I got out and say, all the girls were screaming. I said, who's hurt? How do I got all the girls on the stretchers. And then, so it's kind of my MO is under pressure, I know how to just show up and help as best I can. So that's,
so you guys got it done that day, the next day. And then
so we worked until night. And you know, basically until dark. And then we came back the next morning and started getting it installed.
Was there anything that happened afterwards? Like any weirdness? Did you start getting people calling you or texting you, trying to get more 100%. Of the story? Like what happened then?
Well, no, not, you know, I think there was, the thing that felt fishy to me was after it happened, and I saw, you know, at that point, a few people had kind of accused me of being a part of the cover up. And I thought, so I started watching the videos. I started getting on Facebook and I'm like, well, fuck, maybe I was, fuck's sake. Yeah, and I really started questioning, like I had this weird thing going on. And
do you think it was weird that they immediately decided to excavate and pull up a murder scene of like such an important murder that's completely doesn't make any sense with the official narrative? Don't you think that's super weird that they would immediately try to excavate all that and pull it up instead of making it a crime scene?
So here's what a lot of people don't realize is very public crime scenes don't last as a crime scene very long. They just don't. Typically speaking, they come in, they take all their evidence, they wash it down with a fire truck so that people aren't coming and looking at all the blood and the gore. That's fairly typical. I don't know. That's what I know. So at this point, that happened Tuesday. We're Sunday, so Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, till Sunday's a longer time. I thought but they started pulling it up, I think,
Yes.
like the next day or 2 days
I don't
later.
know
You
what
weren't
that,
part of that.
yeah, I wasn't part of that.
That actually that makes more sense because like I thought you were part of like the pulling it up and
No.
everything else as
No,
well.
so after we put the pavers in, we were working as a team, but I was going past some of the grounds guys and I said, I just hollered at him, said hi. And he wanted to tell me about, he was the one who pulled it up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What did he have to say? Do you remember his name?
I don't. No, I don't think I
Sorry.
got his name, but he was part of the.
Basically, what this guy is saying and why I wanted for y'all to listen to that is because it is a big deal, and I can see it on Sunday. And I'm going to show you guys that chart, but let's listen in with the hearing.
And or audio. Judge, I don't see any TVs or monitors here in the courtroom today with respect to publishing something that would go beyond counsel table and your honor's bench. So I don't know how much this is of an issue this is going to be anyway, at least with respect to pictures or video.
Thank you. That's a great point. And the court's thought about this issue in regards to publication of exhibits. Obviously, the court will entertain all motions before any, but after considering it, here's the 2 points that I wish to address. In regards to the exhibits, there is benefit to publication of certain exhibits, but I also do not, and this is going to the camera operator, do not want them to be displayed on TV. I believe it is important that the parties know that the exhibits are being viewed by the judge in real time and in open court. However, what I will do is have the monitor placed against that wall to reduce the possibility of it being broadcast. And so on the exhibits that the court grants to be published in court, and not going to Mr. Novak's point, not to be given copies to, and the court is trying to be mindful that if it's shown on TV, that's essentially giving a copy to. And so the court is taking Mr. Novak's point in consideration. And so the anticipation is, and I know I'm catching staff a little bit off guard, is placing that television right behind Jeff, our bailiff, to minimize the accidental capture by the camera and in allowing it to be displayed. I recognize that that is not the ideal spot for viewing, but I'm also trying to balance the rights and important considerations that defense has made. And again, this will be on an exhibit by exhibit basis on what is published or what is not. But for the exhibits that the court rules can be published in open court, that is going to be the location of the monitor. And again, the court spent a bit of time weighing what should be done, where the monitor should be placed to accomplish the purposes of publication, at the same time protecting, especially as it may relate to sensitive material if the court deems that to be publishable in the courtroom. Any
Understood.
questions that I can address from either side or clarification needed or thoughts that you wish to share?
No, I think I understand completely.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Gernander, as it relates to that, are we anticipating the possibility of that coming up very soon in regards to publishing potentially exhibits?
Not real soon, but today certainly I would anticipate, Judge. For the course information, we anticipate presenting 4 witnesses. They're all law enforcement witnesses. Officer Chris Bagley, he's now with Spanish Fork Police Department. He was with Utah Valley University Police Department. He'll be the first witness. The second witness will be Agent David Hull, and those exhibits 7, 8, 9, we anticipate coming in through him. The third witness will be Agent Brian Davis, again with the state of Utah, a case agent who's here presently. And lastly, Sergeant Jennifer Faumoina, also of the Utah Department of Public Safety. And we do anticipate admitting between 40 and 50 exhibits.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, I apologize. You walked away before I got my question out. If we anticipate taking a break around 10:30, do you anticipate any potential exhibits for publication being requested prior to 10:30?
I do, Judge. I
Okay.
do. I think the first several exhibits should be published. So,
All right. Well, let's do this. I want our preliminary hearing to move smoothly and with the least amount of delays as possible. So let's take a brief break to allow the placement of that monitor, a brief test to make sure it's working, and then we can be seamless in moving forward.
one quick question, Judge, for council's benefit. Are the monitors at the tables going to be turned on?
The monitors are, and
Okay.
that's why I wanted to give that instruction early on for each party to monitor their monitor. Because if the camera is doing a wide sweep picture of the courtroom, I can't prevent the accidental capture. Obviously, the decorum order anticipates not focusing in to the point that is focused on your monitors. But I ask all the parties to be mindful, especially as it relates to the sensitive material that may be published or may not. But please just take a look at that and be mindful of that. But I will leave it to you. So I believe it's important that all parties see what is before the court. So if you have objections, it's right there. You can say, okay, I see what the court's seeing. I have objection or not, or just to confer with your client. I just want to make sure that there is no misunderstanding of what's being presented, to allow all parties the benefit of the record, and it is clear what is being presented to the court for consideration as evidence. Thank you.
And we do have one exhibit that will be in physical form. And so we will be using the easel, I think that's just
Okay.
over by the jury box.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Before we break, I do wish to remind the parties that this is a preliminary hearing. It is a probable cause standard. And if you could keep that in mind as you're presenting your evidence, this is not intended to chill what you present, but keep in mind that the standard is probable cause, and that is what the court as a magistrate will be looking to. All right, with that, let's, how much time do we need for the placement of the monitor? All right, well, let's break for 6 minutes. Well, let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's just come back at 9:35 and we'll resume court at that time. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, good deal. That gives us time to look at the transits. Okay, that gives us time to look at the transits right now. And I'm going to show you guys just another way that we can look at charts. Let me go ahead and remove this. Let me remove that. And let me put on let me share the entire screen with you guys. Because while we are able to have a break for 5 minutes, we're going to look at this. We're going to look at this, guys. Okay. So this morning, this is the transits this morning. And what you're going to notice is this is a 0 Aries. I'm looking at the chart this morning. Same thing with the geocentric, the tropical, only with this one, I'm looking at the true node, not the mean node. I'm looking at it from a astrological perspective from just a 0 Aries. So that means that we're not going to see any of the degrees that we would normally see on the outer wheel. Everything else will be the same, except the outer wheel won't be showing the degrees, and the nodes are going to be another degree. Everything else would be the same. So the lowest point that we have is with the justice. This is the pew. This is the religion. It's the judge and the attorneys. It's the lowest point right now. And guys, Juno is at an 807 in Aquarius. When Charlie was taken out, we were looking at an investigation in the same degree. We were looking at Palace. Now, let me tell you everything that I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing a major relationship with Epstein. Because this 1318 has been this degree and is going to remain this degree for quite a while. I am seeing limits and obstacles with Mexico. All week long, I am seeing all week, I'm seeing that there is a connection with Donald Trump and the FBI all week long. That means that there is a lot of warring going on between Donald Trump, the FBI, and this case. I also take note that this 428, the dark moon of Donald Trump, is a 428 in Sag. Well, there's an activation, major activation with Donald Trump. And the things of the past with foreign entities. The weight at a 1519 with Hades, that's just lifted off of the FBI with the things that they hide. This 1948, it's a pattern degree. The flame of life, they're reigniting of the flame of life with Tyler Robinson and Charlie Kirk and the Department of Justice. And there is, exactly right now, there's a lot of energy that is going toward Virginia. Lots and lots of energy with Virginia today. What else do I see? I believe that this 1612 is definitely Tyler Robinson and the other people's money, the investigation. Yesterday, Pluto was at a 447 and it came down to the 446. And I believe that that is Erica Kirk's connection with Israel. I also take note that the sun is shining at a 1435 in the CIA. So the sun is going to be shining where the dark moon was when Charlie got taken out. And I know that this is a lot of information. I understand that this is a lot of information without dueling it out and going back and forth. And guys, let me just tell you, everything that I saw that day or the day before that Charlie was taken out is the same thing that everybody is concluding is that this is a cover up. Charlie was a threat. He was a major threat. We can see that the moon in Aries is conjunct Neptune. And Neptune is at a 425. It's going to station. It's going to station. So this is reflecting the things that are hidden with war. Charlie didn't want Trump to go to, he was against going into Iran. He was against the lobbying and the forcefulness of the military industrial complex with Israel and the United States and our military. He was against all of that. He started seeing the light, literally started seeing the light. And this is why he was taken out. And I saw that the day before. I saw that during the event. I mean, because I saw the event the day before. And I'm not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change my mind. Because that's what happened. And the map, Charlie Kirk's map, is going to tell the story too. It's going to tell the story too. Right? It's going to tell the story. During the event, there was a directed energy. Directed energy is right here. This is where the directed energy is. So if we look at where Charlie was taken out, right here, right? He's sitting right here. We've got the building, the infamous building, right? Here is where the directed energy is. Ceres is going this way, and it's in a good standing. There is a quincunx. It's very intense, and it's coming from this way. It's coming from this way. So that angle, I want to show you guys that. It says Ceres almost matches the degree of the FBI, Uranus, in the third house of Capricorn. So the FBI is communicating. There's communications with the FBI here. And there is an energy that is connecting to Arizona. The energy of Ceres at a 1408 degree. That is the same degree in which Erica Kirk and the state of Arizona share. Although the state of Arizona, it's their Saturn. So there's a slowdown with directed energy. There's an opposition with the physician with Erica Kirk, which is going to be not just the physician that attended him, but also the coroner. Okay. Also the coroner. This is the reason why Erica Kirk, the FBI, the CIA, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, they were all in transit at the same exact moment with the Epstein class. Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, same thing. She is highly connected to these agencies as well. And that's what I was seeing when Charlie was taken out the day before. That's what I was seeing. And so if he is taken out at that same moment that I'm already observing, then obviously, they are the responsible parties. Was Tyler up here? Did he admit to it? He sure did. He sure did. Here's the arrow, right? We got an arrow. We got this little waterfall, and we got this arrow, and it's up here. And this is right where we're looking. But I also want to go down. I wish I could go down a lot closer because who is right here in front of Charlie? Who is right here in front of him? Remember? Oh, dude. Hold on. Let's look at it for a second. Here we go. I'm gonna have to take, hold on, I'm gonna have to take that off so y'all can, well, you don't necessarily have to hear it. You don't have to hear it, I don't guess. Hold on. Right here. This is showing the rooftop. We can see that he says gang violence. The speaker says great. We can see that his shirt is puffing up, right? We can see that his shirt is puffing up right here. It's already starting to puff up. Watch this. That's gone. The magnet is gone. We had talked about the directed energy that was also found with Lebanon's pagers. We talked about that. And now everybody else seems to be getting in line with what the astrology shows. So this right here, there was an activation. There's an activation. Tyler did not do this. Did Tyler have plans to do it? Did he think that he did it? Possibly. I don't know. But I do know that there is directed energy, just like the 2 back-to-back quakes that just happened in Venezuela. We are looking at another type of warfare altogether, guys. And I believe that with 110% because the astrology is backing it up. That's what the astrology shows me. We are seeing a whole new, different type of weaponry. And we've been seeing this for a few years now. This shot was right in front, and it was with a click. It was with a click. And I do think that with all of those hand gestures and all of that, I do believe that the guy that was in front, what was his name? I want to see if I've got his let me see if I can remember who was the guy that was standing guy standing in front of Charlie. Security. What was his name again? Let's see. He was making all kinds of gestures. He was doing all of that. We all know that Butler was not that was such a show. That was such a show. That didn't even that was not a real assassination attempt. A real one is going to be real. He wouldn't have survived that. He's not just Trump's just not going to go down and have a little bit of blood and be, raising his hand. Come on, that's fake. It's so fake. That was obvious to me as well, looking at the astrology. Where is that guy? Where's that guy doing all those what was his name again? Trying to remember. Was it Let me go back. Let me look at the videos. They're doing all those hand gestures. Brian Harpole. It wasn't Brian. It was the guy with the shirt. Let me see if I can maybe they'll show not him. Nope, it wasn't him. Wasn't that one. Frank. Yes, I think it was Frank. Yes. Guy standing in front of Charlie Kirk. Frank. What? No, no, no. It was the guy with the camo shirt on. Was it Mike McCoy? Let me see. No, it wasn't Mikey. It was the he looked like he was in the military. He looked dead up like a military dude. So, let me see. Hey, Holly. Hey, everybody coming in. Hold on, I'm about to find him because he's the one that did it. Ah, where is he at? Ah, shoot. Hold on. No, it wasn't the doctor, guys. Remember? Okay, so hold on. Let me go back. Maybe this guy's. Hold on. Let me look for it. I had it up. I don't know why I didn't just keep that one. It was the guy that was standing in front of me. Jesus. Brian Harpole. No. The military guy that had the short sleeve on, and he did something with the sleeve the moment that he was popped. He did something with his sleeve. Did something with his sleeve, with his sleeve. Where was he at? Where was he at? That guy, yeah, right here. This dude, it It was him, this guy, because he does this. Oh, he does this the moment that he yeah, okay, gotcha. So it was this guy. The moment that Charlie is popped, he does something with the sleeve. What's he doing? What's he doing with the sleeve? This is one of the because they're all making hand gestures at one another. They're doing all these secret codes, and then the moment that he's popped, this guy's doing something with his sleeve. Hand out. That is where I was that yeah, he's definitely hiding something. So check this out. Well, if it'll do it. Hold on. It's stuck for a second. Hold on. It's not wanting to do something. It's not doing something. Hold on. Here we go. He is definitely saying he's doing something. He is definitely signaling. He's doing something. So that is definitely something that I took note of, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, he did something." They were they were definitely showing signs of so we've got this right here. That is the directed energy, and I believe that that is where dude was standing, the palm guy. Then we've got Tyler, right? We've got Tyler up here on the rooftop. And it's like, okay, this is where the Saturn is. So this is the limits and obstacles for Arizona. For Arizona. Okay, we're in Utah. I get it. But Arizona, with the military industrial complex, Fort Huachuca, okay, Fort Huachuca. This is where they are having limits and obstacles with the directed energy. With the directed energy. So whether it was here or here, that is the problem. The directed energy with world health and justice. And this is what is connecting with Erica Kirk. There's a lot of signaling going down, lots of it. Now, when we go out a little bit further, this is where I believe that the pew pew was found, is right here. Right here. Again, this is Saturn and the justice. So Arizona's 12th house Saturn is conjunct Australia in Taurus. So this is where they would find the evidence. The evidence. And guess where we're going? We're going with the groups. The groups is going this way. Now watch this. Watch this. Let's see where this goes. So the groups with the Aquarian energy is the we're going this way with the groups. We're going to go all the way up with the groups. That's in Utah, but this is where we're really going is Seattle because Pastor Russell Johnson spoke at times that this rally raised concerns about gender ideology. So the Aquarius energy is about gender. It's about trans. This is what they're blaming it on, okay? Do you understand? So there is a challenge with Arizona and the military complex with their directed energy. And this is where we're going. We are going to go and we are going to blame. That's the square. That's the challenge. We are going to blame the trans community. We're blaming the trans community. Here's TPUSA. And again, with that series, here's where all of the wisdom is coming. The wisdom is coming with other people's money because TPUSA wanted the dirty money. Erica wants the dirty money. Everybody wants the dirty money, and they did not want Charlie Kirk to let go of that dirty money. So something had to be done. Something had to be done, and that's what happened. So the series and the quincunx with Poseidon and Scorpio, Scorpio is about other people's money. It's about investigations. This is where things really get real for TPUSA and the most happiest grieving widow I've ever seen in my life. Here is Fort Huachuca. So during the event, the North Node is in Pisces and the South Node is in Virgo. We've been here before. The South Node is about where we've been before. This is about health and all things having to do with health. So the fate is on Fort Huachuca. Fort Huachuca. No doubt about it. Here's Colorado. This is where Charlie allegedly named his successor as Erica. And this is also the Colorado Springs Airport right there. A devouring energy with home, and things are hidden with home and death. Right there. Here's Tyler. This is where Tyler surrendered. And so this line is showing us the Mars in Libra. Values with a lot of attention are seen here, especially with justice, things of possession, body movement. So this angle, it's very interesting. Let me show you why it's so interesting, because this is where he surrendered. This is where he, lived allegedly. And this is also where we have Zorro Ranch. Got Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. Got to take him off. Got to take, let's see what else we got here. But the Zorro Ranch right here, all the attention that is going on Zorro Ranch and Epstein, the dirty money, the dirty pedos, all of that was, it was taking Charlie. Charlie was what I have called repenting. What does repenting mean? You're going one direction. You turn around, you take another direction. He wanted to take another direction, but they said, no, 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 no. Can't do that. You can't do that. Here's where Erica's mom, her virtual registration. Here's also the Saturn. The Saturn during the event with all of the, critical, because it is critical. Saturn was at a 29 critical degree in Pisces, and it's squaring Hygeia in Cancer. Cancer is about home. It's about mom. It's about loyalty and authority. We've got the White House and the CIA on the same line. So we've got from Provo, Utah, we've got Erica's mom, we got the CIA, the White House, and we go all the way out here to Israel. So that goes to Israel. We got the Hamptons. We also have the Hamptons there. Now let me show you guys something else, because it does matter, because the person that was showing up was also Epstein. Also Epstein. And if we look at the Hamptons here with Epstein, things of the past with courts, judges, foreign agents, and communications. The Hamptons. And if we look at him, where he was, where he was born, when we look at Epstein, there's Butler, Pennsylvania. The man isn't dead. Okay. He's not dead. He's a very powerful man, very powerful, powerful ties. And there's Provo. So we go to Butler, Pennsylvania. This is the same, same conjunction. Oh, let me go back. Same conjunction with Butler, Pennsylvania and Provo, Utah. There's a flame of life that, keeps reigniting itself from things of the past. And it definitely has to do with people and authority and his authority. Okay. So I just wanted to show you guys that because he's not gone. Here's where his boo-boo is. It's about communications that touches his body, friend group, lawful, far away, on Sag line. Here's Tucson, Arizona, where Larry Nassar did time. I got all kinds of, I've got Trump's map. I've got him mapped out. I've got the USA mapped out. And I am very confident when I tell you that this is a conspiracy. This is a major conspiracy to get rid of the future president named Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. It looks like, let me see if they are still on break.
We're looking for 5 outdated.
Let's see if they are still on break and see what they say. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing if I just if I'm just looking at it, but I saw it the day before, so I can't not.
Does it depict a number of the buildings that we've talked about today?
Yes, it does.
Are you guys able to hear that?
The Hall of Flags, does it show the Hall of Flags?
Yes, it does.
The walkway of the Hall of Flags? What about the Sorensen Center? Does it show that?
Are you
Yes,
guys
it
able
does.
to hear it?
The Woodbury Business Building?
Because I don't think you will. I don't think you can. Oh, you could? Okay, sorry.
This photograph a fair and accurate depiction of this area of UVU campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 1.
Your Honor, we would object to failure to lay a foundation for, I'm sorry.
It is a little bit tricky because that microphone.
Sorry about
Ms.
that.
Nestor.
Your Honor, we would object to inability to authenticate. There's not been a foundation laid that this officer took this photo, can verify when it was taken or by whom it was taken, so we would object.
Mr. Grunander.
Would you like us to argue now or approach the bench?
Well, as it relates to this, I'll hear argument.
Okay. Judge, first of all, it's very clear, well-established law that the person who took the photograph is not required to be present to lay the foundation for it. What's required for foundation is that the witness has knowledge of what's depicted in the photograph and can testify to its accuracy. And that's exactly what this officer has done. We laid an ample amount of foundation about this area of campus. He's confirmed that it depicts this area of campus that was previously described. He confirmed the buildings that he can see there. He also confirmed that it was an accurate depiction of on September 10th, 2025.
Thank you. Any further argument, Ms. Nestor? And Mr. Grunander,
We did file a standing objection at the very beginning of the hearing. I would just refer to our standing objection as well. I know this is there's no written testimony in this, but just out of an abundance of caution, I want to also refer to our standing objection.
thank you, Ms. Nestor. All right, having considered the arguments, I find I'm going to overrule the objection and admit Exhibit 1. This witness has firsthand knowledge of the location as well as the building locations. That foundation has been laid. He also stated it was a fair and accurate representation of what's being depicted here. And for those reasons, the defense objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the courtroom.
Okay. So the state would move to publish that to the courtroom.
It is so granted.
Officer Bagley, are you able to see the monitor that's here in the court that's pointed towards the gallery?
Yes.
From where you're seated, are you comfortable in describing where the courtyard is on that photograph, on that exhibit?
Yes.
And for the record, where is that located?
So all the grass that looks like a triangle, the amphitheater look, that is going to be the courtyard amphitheater area. It's got the tent in it, the white tent that's at the bottom on the far left of the picture. That would be the courtyard area. That's it's surrounded by buildings, more of the grass area.
I'm going to approach the photo. Well, I'm just going to, when you look at this exhibit to the left of the photograph, there's a walkway there. What is that walkway?
So the red brick walkway that is going north to the top of the picture on the far left is going to be the Hall of Flags, the outside top of it.
Okay. On the bottom of this photograph, there's a white roofed building. It's the largest building, at least as far as what's depicted on this exhibit.
Yes.
What building is that?
That would be the Fugal building.
Okay. And just to the right of that, so that would be to the east of the Fugal building. What building is that?
The other red brick pathway area, that is the Woodbury business building.
Okay. And if I were to walk north, so left on this photograph with respect to that red brick walkway area, there's another building sort of triangular in shape, the rooftop. What building is that?
With that white rooftop, that would be the Sorensen building.
That's the Sorensen building.
He's showing that right now. Right there.
Whole rooftop.
Gravel rooftop. Okay. I referred you to the LDS Institute building. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, you are.
And where is that located?
That's going to just be directly north of the Losi building. It's going to be that other white roofed building on the far top of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. We can take that down, Your Honor, as far as the publication. Officer Bagley, I'm going to take you back to the date of September 10th, 2025. Do you recall that day generally?
I do.
Were you working that day
Yes, I was.
at UVU?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time your shift started approximately?
Yes, it approximately started about 11 o'clock in the morning.
11 o'clock in the morning? Okay. Did you receive a specific assignment shortly after coming on to duty?
Yes, I did.
And what was that assignment?
That was to secure the top of the Hall of Flags on the south end. So we had,
Let me pause this for a second. I believe on the map, I believe on Charlie Kirk's map that this is where this officer lives, is right here. This is the court, and I believe that this is where that officer who's talking lives. And again, that is going to be with the justice. So we've got Tyler's, where Tyler was arrested. I'm sorry, that was the gas station. Where Tyler surrendered, his address is right here. And then this address, hold on, let me go back. Let me go down. Oh, where'd it go? Where's the court? Where'd it go? Oh, no, shit, where'd it go? Maybe I went too far. Hold on. Let me go further in. Yeah, there's the court. I'm sorry. So that's the angle where, so Tyler lives and was arrested on this one. This is the Mars and Libra. This is the vehicle. And then this is the court where he's at today. This is based on the event that took place. And that's why I wanted to show you guys the map too, because I want you to see how this is past, present, and future. When I build a map, It's past, present, and future. We can look into the future with a map. I mean, I'm showing it to you. So, I mean, the map hasn't changed. It's the same map. We've just added the court and possibly where Chris Bagley lives, that agent that is testifying right now. Values with a lot of attention are seen here, especially with justice, things of possession, body movement. So this is going to be Venus and Leo is right here. This is where all the attention is right now on the court. And it has to do with him, with where he was arrested, with his home. No doubt about it. There's the car wash that he went to. Again, lots of energy, lots of directed energy there. So we'll get back to the hearing, see what else that we can put on the map. See what else we can put on the map. Let's see, where did we go? Where are we at? Oh, what happened? I don't know if they're taking a break. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
And what is that?
This is a picture of
No,
from the east
Shannon, I
side
can't
looking
make it
west
up.
of the campus.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And does it show, for example, the Losi Center that we've talked about?
Yes, it does.
Does it depict the Woodbury Business Building that we've talked about?
Yes.
What about the Fugel Building?
Yes.
Does it show the Sorensen Center
Yes.
and also the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
In this particular exhibit, can you also see the courtyard?
I can. A partial of it.
A partial of it? Okay. Does it fairly and accurately depict this area of campus of UVU on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers state's exhibit number 2.
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection. We also argue that a foundation hasn't been laid in terms of the time this was taken or who took it, and at what point in time this was created and how. So I don't think he has any personal knowledge of that, and we'd object.
Mr. Grunander.
Same arguments, Judge. He has testified that he's familiar with it. He has personal familiarity with it. He's testified that it's fair and accurate as of the day of September 10th, 2025. And that's what was asked of him.
All right. I will go ahead and overrule the objection by defense, noting that the witness has laid, he has expressed that this is a fair and accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day on September 10th, and because that foundation has been laid, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on the monitor facing the gallery of the court today.
Okay.
Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly above the middle, but what building are we looking at there?
You're looking at the top of the rooftop of the Losi building. It's got 2 different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray.
Are you familiar with that rooftop then?
Yes, I am.
And what's it made of?
It's made of gravel.
Gravel, okay. You mentioned 2 different grades, or did you say grays?
Grays.
Grays, okay.
Yeah, grays.
All right. Now you described that you could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on State's Exhibit number 2?
So you got the white roof that's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the Losi is. I described there's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building. And it's just below that. You can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the left of that white roof.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if the witness could actually come down from the stand and point out where the courtyard is located in this exhibit for the court's benefit.
All right. Do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice? Okay, Ms. Nestor, thank you for allowing us. Officer, you may step down, approach the monitor, And I would ask that you speak into the microphone when responding to a question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
So officer, for our benefit, would you describe again where the Losi Center is in this photograph?
The Losi Center is going to be this one with the gray roofs. It's got two different colors of gray.
Two different colors of gray. Okay. I'm blind. I can't see those two different colors from here, but can you describe where the court, looks like we went blank.
There we go.
Can you point to where the courtyard is located on that exhibit?
Courtyard is going to be here where this grass is in this area right here.
Okay. And what about the Fugal building
Hugo building is going to be this building right here.
and the Woodbury Business Building then?
Woodbury is going to be this one right here with this red brick path.
And the Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be this white roofed one that's right here.
Okay. Now on this exhibit, can you see the LDS Institute building and the parking structure that we've talked about?
No, not really. You got the back side of the Institute building, which is right here, and the parking structure's over there. So
Okay.
you can't see it in this.
Mr. Gernander, let me stop you just for the benefit of the record, because the record is picking up the audio. When you're pointing it to, and I know it may be a little bit laborious to do this, but as you're identifying, indicate the general location on it, the left side, right side, middle, upper, lower.
At Renewity, we help Tennessee homeowners beat the heat. Our windows decrease your energy bills and increase your curb appeal with a lifetime warranty.
Isn't being captured. So if you would do that, it just creates a more complete record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Understood. That's fair. Thank you, Judge. So again, let's point to the courtyard, and if you'll describe as best you can where that is located on the photograph.
On this photograph, the courtyard is going to be this grass area that's going to be towards the top of the picture. The baseball field's behind it. It's closer to the surrounding buildings. There's some grass in there. That would be the courtyard area.
Okay, we've talked about the Hall of Flags and the walkway above that hall. Where is that located on this photograph?
The Hall of Flags is going to be right by the courtyard, just to the west of it. There's a red brick towards the top of the picture. There's a red brick pathway that goes from the Fugal building, which is on the left of the picture, towards the right of the picture, which is the science building area.
Okay, and then the Sorensen Center, is that the building in the middle with the large white roof?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of towards the upper part of the picture, middle of it. It's going to be a white roof. That will be the Sorensen Center.
And it just to the north and east of the courtyard?
Yes, north and east.
Okay, and then finally, if you would describe the Losi building, the location of that on this exhibit.
The Losi building is going to be pretty much in the middle on the right side, so middle to the right. It's going to have two different colors of gray, a darker gray and a lighter gray. There's a red pathway, and that will be the Losi Center.
Okay. You mentioned, officer, that there were different stories on the Losi building. How many stories does the Losi building have?
There's four.
4 stories? Okay. You mentioned that you were familiar with the rooftop. Do you know how to gain access to the rooftop of the Losi building?
Yes, there's actually an outside stairway right here that comes up. It's going to be just to the south of Losi building. There's a red pathway right directly in the middle of the picture. Off to the south of that, on the left side of the picture, is an outdoor stairway.
Is that open to the public?
It is.
And how would someone access the roof from that stairway?
If they came up, they would put them right here on this pathway that goes between the Losi Center and down towards the computer science building. There's a red pathway. There's actually a little handrail, like a little guardrail, probably about a couple feet high, that somebody could jump over.
Is that area restricted? Is it off limits?
Yes, it is. There's kind of like a natural barrier with the guardrail, and from there on, there's no path. It's gravel roof, so it's not paved like everything else.
But someone could hop over that railway?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can take your seat again.
Here's the Losi Center, guys, right here. Him talking about the gray, the 2 gray. This is it. This is where Arizona, their Saturn, that was the same degree as this Ceres, and same degree as Erica Kirk, the physician that was opposing her. This is the slowdown. This is the Losi Center. Just so you guys, We're all on the same page here.
Campus. I'm going to ask you about those same buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the hall flags.
Okay. What about the Fugal building?
Hugo building is going to be to the right of the picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
And the Woodbury business building? Where's that at?
Woodbury is going to be another red path. That's going to be just to the east of the Fugal building. It's got a gray roof and some red path. That's
The Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be on the left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof, different levels, and that would be the Sorensen Center.
Okay. The Losi Center, where's that located in relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
Of the Sorensen Center, it's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center towards the top of the picture. You can see the two different colors of gray of the gravel that's on the roof.
Okay. And can you see the courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is this picture a fair and accurate depiction of this area of Utah Valley University's campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we renew the standing objection. We also object again that this individual can't identify when the picture was made or how it was made or by whom.
Mr. Gernander.
Same response, Judge. And just for the record, I was also point the court to State v. Purcell, which is a Supreme Court case here in the state of Utah, 1985, which essentially stands for the proposition that if a competent witness with personal knowledge of the facts represented in a photograph can testify that that photograph accurately represents those facts, the exhibit's admissible. He's also spoke about the date being September 10th, 2025. The showing that's required here is essentially a prima facie showing. We're not required to show proof beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, that it was accurate that day or even a preponderance of the evidence. But we'll submit it on that, Judge.
All right. I'm just taking a brief glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if Your Honor would like.
If you have that, I'd appreciate that.
It's 711 Pacific 2nd, 243. And I'm looking at page number 245.
All right. The court finds that the witness is familiar with the scene. He testified that it is a fair and accurate representation of what State's Exhibit 3 purports to be. And the court finds that necessary foundation has been laid and overrules the objection. State's Exhibit 3 may be admitted, is admitted, and may be published.
State would move to publish State's Exhibit 3.
All right.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer, if you would come down into the well of the court, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this Exhibit 3 as well.
Okay.
Can you point out where the Hall of Flags is located and describe that for the record?
The Hall of Flags is going to be down here on the bottom of the picture. It's going to have a red brick pathway with some flowers along the top of it.
You mentioned that you were securing an area of that
Yes.
hall, that walkway. Where were you stationed?
I was down here by the end of the flower pots, which is down here on the south side towards the Fugal building on the far right of the picture.
Okay. In relationship to where you were stationed, where is the Fugal building then?
The Fugal building is just to the right of me, so it would be on the south end of me.
Okay. And so it's on the right side of the photograph there?
Far right side of the photograph, yes.
What about the business building?
The business building is just going to be in the middle of the picture on the far right. It's going to have some red brick pathways. It's going to be multi-level, and that would be the Woodbury building.
Okay. The Sorensen Center, where is that located on the photograph?
Sorensen Center is going to be middle to far left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof on top of it, multi-level.
Okay. And the Losi Center, where is that located?
Losi Center is going to be towards the top of the picture, kind of off-centered a little bit, but it's going to have the 4 or 5 floors that are the 4 floors that are sitting right there.
Okay. Can you describe those stories, what we're looking at? Where do you find 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5?
So this is ground level where the courtyard is. So this, as you go over in towards the Losi building inside, there's an elevator that would be ground 1, level 1. Level 2 would be the second one where these red ATVs are sitting on the grass right there in the middle of the picture. If you go up from that, that would be the 3rd level, and your 4th level, which is the actual top level of the building, is that very top one with the windows that you can see.
Okay. Is there an atrium on the top of that?
There is an atrium. It's got a little sphere on the top of it. It looks like a little square right on top of the Losi building. That would be an atrium.
Now, you mentioned 2 shades of gray on the rooftop of the Losi building.
Yes.
Can you see that on this exhibit?
I can. So where the atrium is a lighter gray gravel. And on the west side, because I'm looking east, on the west side, there's 2 ventilations for the Losi building, 2 vents on top of that. It's in the darker gray gravel.
You mentioned you're familiar with the rooftop of the Losi Center, correct?
Yes.
When someone is standing on the Losi Center, can they see down into the courtyard?
Yes, they can.
And where is the courtyard located from
It's
the
going to
rooftop?
be in the center of the picture with the grass and the atrium style steps.
Would that be west of the Losi Center then?
Yes, it would be directly west of the Losi Center.
Okay. Now, in a couple of the other exhibits, we saw a tent that was down, set up in the courtyard. Can you see that tent set up in the courtyard in this photograph?
You cannot in this picture. You can't. It would be where I explained where the hall flags is. It's directly underneath the hall flags, like just on the grass right there.
Okay. Is there a clear line of sight between the tent and the top of the Losi Center, the rooftop?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Is some of it obstructed?
Yes.
Obstructed by what?
The Sorensen building that's right here, this white roof that's going to be, this kind of obstructs a little bit of the view of the courtyard.
So where would you have to be standing or perhaps lying down on the Losi Center to see into the courtyard where that tent was?
On the far south side of the Losi building, you could have a line of sight towards the courtyard.
And that's the top roof?
The top roof, yes.
With the darker shade of gray?
Yes.
You see? Okay. Thank you, officer.
Interesting.
I am going to refer the witness now to State's Exhibit number 35. And Officer Bagley, when you see that, go ahead and let me know.
So this is where, no, I won't do that. This is where he said that he was Hall of Flags. This is where the anti-vertex was going at the event, the moment of the event.
Marked as State's Exhibit 35 with a yellow sticker, is that correct?
Yes, I can see that on top left of the photo.
Well, for the record, if we can publish that on the witness's screen.
Thank you, Mr. Gernander. I was just going to mention that we shouldn't display it until it's been admitted in. So.
Do you see State's Exhibit 35 in your monitor?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an aerial view of the campus and the northeast area, just north of the campus neighborhoods of Utah Valley University in Orem.
Okay. And how can you personally tell that this is a photograph of the campus and the neighborhood to the northeast of campus?
I can tell because I recognize all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets, the roundabouts, the neighborhood to the north or towards the top of the building or picture also.
Now, I've asked you about several buildings and landmarks on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard on this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And just for the record, can you describe where this is located on the exhibit?
So right in the center towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the bottom of that on the picture. So it's kind of centered, but more towards the bottom, right in the middle.
On this exhibit, are you able to see the Fugel building?
Yes, I am.
And in relationship to this courtyard, where is that located?
That's going to be south of the courtyard with the white roof.
What about the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodbury Business Building is going to be to the east, and it's going to have a red brick path top.
Okay. Can you see the Hall of Flags on this?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the courtyard again?
It's directly west of the courtyard.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the Losi
Where's
Center.
that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard. The two patches of gray that's almost in the center of the picture, just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute building. Can you see that on this exhibit?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the Losi Center?
It's directly north of the Losi Center. It's got a white roof, and it's almost directly in the center of the photo.
Okay. And as we've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building, do you see that?
Yes, it's just to the west or left side of the picture of the Institute building.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when it was taken in terms of relation to the actual incident at issue here.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Uranatter.
Same response, Judge, but I would just add one more case for the court's benefit. This is State v. Wager or Wager, W-A-G-E-R. This is a Utah Court of Appeals case from 2016. The citation is 372 Pacific 3rd, 91. And the significance of this case, Your Honor, at issue there was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking methamphetamine allegedly in his bathroom. The witness that was testifying, that laying the foundation at trial, was not present when the photograph was taken. Could not tell the date on which it was taken, but he.
Okay, I'm totally getting bored with this. I feel like they're just trying to set up, they're just trying to set up and establish where all of the buildings are. And we can do that on the map, and we can clearly see where everybody was. So this is where Chris was, where he's saying that he was when Charlie was taken out. What's his name again? Chris Bagley, officer. So it's this building right here where the officer is saying, that he was at. And this is where there is a lot of intensity. All the intensity that has taken place right here is on this building, which is the Fugel Gateway building. And this again is where the Venus and Leo is. So the Venus and Leo that was taking place, it's going this way. So really, if I truly wanted to find evidence, I would want to go here. If I really wanted to find some type of evidence, I would be going here. Going this way into the parking lot. Is this where Charlie got into the vehicle, where they put threw Charlie into the vehicle and took off? I do believe so. I believe so. I believe that this is where Charlie entered. Maybe it was from back here, but no, I want to say that this is where Charlie entered. Let me look again. I don't think he went through here. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. But I do believe that this is where the vehicle was, where they put Charlie into the vehicle. Major intensity is here. We are learning something. Lots of publicity is found here with the House of Death and the 8th house. But it's right here where I believe that Charlie walked in and they carried him out, is right here. That's where all the attention is coming, going this way. And again, this is where the Hall of Flags are. And if I look at, let me show you. I could show you. I have a map of where all of these buildings are that he's talking about. And so all of those buildings that he has talked about can play a role with my map. And I do believe that this is exactly where Charlie, right here. That's where that building, that Leo energy, all attention is on, and that's where the evidence would be found. It's where it should be found. And of course, the Mars in Libra, that's going to be the vehicle, that's going to be the body. We're going this way. And that is exactly where this is the line that Tyler was found on, where the justice, the justice is warring there, okay? The justice is totally warring there, but there's a Losi Center, right? And what he is saying, I think, is that on the top of the building, right through here, is where Tyler should have been to get the shot. And again, we are looking at Arizona. Their Saturn is right here with justice. There's no justice here, according to the map. And this is the 6th house outer wheel, the 12th house outer wheel. So the health factor with the body, with the outer wheel, would be right here. So this is where Tyler should have been. This is where they're going to say that he is, which is right here on the top by this little thingy. And then he supposedly gets down off the building, right? He supposedly gets down off the building. There's a shakeup here. And he goes this way. This is where he gets off the building somewhere, I believe. This is where the shakeup is, the groups. But look at that. There's the plane. There's the plane as well. Two people with communications. That's what I just don't believe the official narrative. It's just not adding up. The astrology is showing it doesn't add up. It's not what they are saying it is. It's not. Absolutely not. No way, Jose.
Which wraps back around to 600 west on the far right side of the horseshoe, on the right side of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can be seated.
Let's hear what he had to say. Hold on. Let's see what he's saying about that picture.
The Institute building and the
5.
okay.
And then we'll look at the map.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you want the LDS Institute building? is what you're
Yes,
asking?
please.
That is this white roof right here is the Institute building.
Is that in basically the center of the exhibit?
It's almost exactly in the center of the exhibit.
Okay. And where is the LOSI center located on that?
If you were to go down towards the bottom of the photo, there's two different grades of gravel on this roof. This would be the low-C building right here,
So below the Institute building and to the right slightly.
slightly to the right.
Can you point out for the court's benefit where the courtyard is?
The courtyard is going to be to the west or left side of the picture. There's some grass in between two buildings that have a white roofs. There would be a grass area right there with some steps. That is going to be the courtyard area, and that's going to be down towards the center bottom of the photo.
So that's to the left and down.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the parking structure. Where's the parking structure next to the Institute building?
There's two Institute buildings right here in the center with the white roof. The parking structure is going to be just to the left of the Institute or west side. There's a road in between it called the Heat Plant Road, which is the road that goes between those two.
And can you point out for the court's benefit how one would enter that or exit that parking structure by way of vehicle or walking?
By entering, you can enter and exit right here on the north side of the parking structure. There's an entrance and exit right here. That's
For a
into level
vehicle?
1
For a vehicle?
for vehicles.
And I guess someone could walk in there as well.
Yes, if they were to park into this LDS Institute parking lot over here on the north side of that, there's a tunnel that goes underneath the road that still comes out into the parking structure itself. And then they can exit out here on the second level onto Heat Plant Road, which is that road between the LDS Institute building and the parking structure is the heat plant. They can exit there.
Okay, so that's what he's talking about. What the Institute building is right here. This is the LDS Institute building. And again, that's where we're looking at a lot of energy. Okay, lots and lots of energy. This is where there's limits and obstacles with any type of authority or any type of business. And then right here is where the north node is going. This is where the fate is going into this parking lot. That's what he's talking about. There is Heat Pump Road. He just was talking about Heat Pump Road. You can park here. You can go under here. But this is where the fate is, right next to limits and obstacles with authority and the directed energy. Again, that's where the Saturn of Arizona is going. If I put Arizona here from this event, not Utah, Arizona. I haven't even began to put Utah in here. It's already a slam dunk for me, but whatever. I digress. See what else he's saying?
And go back towards Campus Drive. So you could walk out either up here on the northeast side of the parking structure and cross over to the LDS Institute, or you can come out here to the southeast side and you can exit there and walk down to the courtyard or behind the LDS Institute building towards the LOSI Center.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned Campus Drive. Where's Campus Drive located on that?
Campus Drive starts right up here towards the top left of the picture. It's almost like a T. And it's the curved road that comes all the way down in front of the Institute building and the parking structure. And it goes all the way.
Campus Drive is right here. Here's Campus Drive all the way around. There's College Drive. Campus Drive just keeps on going. There is Campus Drive, guys.
Around campus, comes back down to the bottom of the picture where the roundabout is, and that would be Campus Drive.
Okay. Are you familiar with where 800 South is in Orem?
Yes.
Is that depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Where's that at?
It's at the top of this photo. It's going to be the long straight road. That's right here at the top of the photo.
Okay. What about 850 South? Are you familiar with that street?
I am. 850 South is going to be towards the right of the photo, top right of it. There's going to be a street that goes east to west. It looks like a horseshoe, kind of. It's going to be the road that goes east to west. In the middle of that horseshoe would be 850.
Okay, so 850 is parallel to 800 South.
Yes.
And just below on this photograph.
This is where he's talking about right here, guys, right here. Here's 800. There's 800 south. 700 south, 800 south. So when he's talking about 850 south, we're just looking right here. This is 850 south right here. Again, that's where all the energy is going. 850 south. So here's 800 and 850.
Yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with 600 West?
I am.
And where's that street in relationship to 850 South?
That would be on the far right side of the horseshoe. So towards the right side of the picture, and it's gonna be the right side of that horseshoe,
And that runs north and south?
north and south.
Okay. What about 720 West? Are you familiar with that street?
Yes, I am.
And where's that at?
That's gonna be to the left side of the horseshoe. That runs north and south, and it comes down towards the bottom.
Okay. And finally, 925 South. Is
925
that
south
depicted?
is gonna be on the bottom of the horseshoe that connects those other two wests.
Okay. So just in summary, will you describe the horseshoe and what streets make up that horseshoe?
So the horseshoe comes up off of 800 south, and directly south of that, you'll have 850 south, which is going to be running east to west. On the left side is 725 west of the horseshoe, and it comes down into 925 south, which wraps back around to 600 west on the far right side of the horseshoe.
Which is right here. What he's talking about is, there's the 800, there's the 850. He's talking about the horseshoe right here. And it looks like a, south node. In astrology, it's a south node of astrology. But yeah, this is 925 south. 920, this is west 925 south. So he's basically just mapping out this right here. Okay. That's what he's talking about. From what I can tell so far. This is what he is asking about all these different addresses. 700 West, 635 West, all of that. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking that he's talking about.
Right side of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can be seated. Okay. I'm going to take you back to September 10th, 2025. You mentioned you were on campus. You had a particular assignment.
Mr. Granander, I'm sorry. We're just going to pull down the exhibits.
Okay.
Thank you. You may continue.
Would you like me to take this exhibit down, Judge?
Are you referring to it in your line of questioning right now?
Not right now. I'm not.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it down.
Him.
When he arrived on campus, just behind the west side of the Hall of Flags, I saw him pull up.
And can someone access the courtyard through that area?
Yes, they can.
How so?
Where he pulled up underneath the Hall of Flags is a opening to where you could drive a car underneath. So there's access right there. You could walk or drive underneath the Hall of Flags.
Okay, good. That's what we needed to know. That's what we needed to know. So he is saying that he was here with the Hall of Flags and that Charlie would have been able to pull up underneath here. So this is actually where Charlie went. And this is interesting because this is the only this is a big deal for Erica because her Uranus in Sagittarius, this is about religion. This is about foreign agents, foreign entities, and it's opposing Kronos in Gemini. It's two people and communications. And it's also, it would definitely have to do with that microphone. Gemini, two people, microphone. So this could have been where Charlie, like he's saying, it's south of the Hall of Flags where he was. So this could have been where Charlie is walking in right through here. Because there's a hidden relationship here. Hidden relationship with the flame of life, things with the past, possibly hidden theme of reproduction. I don't know why I put that in there. Hidden relationship with the flame of life. We've got the outer wheel. And then the quincunx with the directed energy is going to be coming from here. Not where Tyler is, but where I think that the guy that did something with his shirt, him. So there's a hidden relationship. Somebody is hiding their loyalty. And it would be two people. Have to do with communications, which is the mic. Okay. So this could definitely be where Charlie is. They are coming in right through here. Because he said that it's south of this, and you could actually have a car. Now, the other thing about the car that's very interesting is that if Charlie is sitting here, right, and there was a vehicle here, someone said that it could have been where a vehicle raises its trunk. What the Patsy Robinson, Tyler Robinson, what his shot actually went into the vehicle. Had nothing to do, didn't pierce Charlie Kirk. It came into the vehicle. That's possible. Certainly possible. Because remember, right after that, she closes. Right after Charlie gets taken out, she closes the trunk of a vehicle right there. So there is a lot of action going right here. I don't know, guys. Let's see.
And you saw him arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what you were seeing? What did you observe?
On that day, I observed Charlie going back, doing some meet and greet with some people, getting some photos taken. He then came underneath the hall flags and went to his tent, and he was there answering questions and talking to individuals that would ask him questions.
The tent you're referring to, is that the tent that we see when it was set up in the courtyard?
Yeah, that white square tent.
The white top?
Yes, he was under that.
Fast forward to about 12:20 or so a little bit after noon, the noon hour. What happened? What did you see and what did you hear?
I heard an individual talking to Charlie, and I happened to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. I could see the right side of Charlie's shoulder, so not his whole body, because he was underneath the tent, so I could only see probably the right side of his body. He was answering a question, kid asking him a question, and then I heard a shot fired.
Do you know what time that was?
Yes.
What time was that?
12:23.
What did you see?
At that moment, I saw him lean to the left. So
When you say him, you see
Charlie.
Charlie.
So I saw him go to the left because I could no longer see the right side of his body. So he went further underneath the tent to the north side of the tent, so left.
Okay. Can you describe the reaction of others that were there?
Yeah, so then everybody started getting up and starting to run in more of a chaos kind of situation.
Before you continue, can you describe a little bit? So you mentioned Mr. Kirk was answering questions, talking to individuals.
Yes.
Were there others present?
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many? How would you describe it in your terms?
In my terms, I'd say when I was up there looking down, I'd say there's several thousand people, because you had it on the grass that was jam-packed, in the amphitheater sitting on the grass. You had people standing on the back up along the cement. You had people that were on the second level.
I've got to stop it for a second because I'm seeing so much. Okay, so let me show you guys something. Let me just show you something. Because let me show you guys something. Let me remove this. Remove this. We'll come back. I mean, we've got to look at this map as we are listening, but I also want to show you what I'm seeing. Also want to show you guys what I'm seeing. Okay. So remember when I first started, I said that there's a lot of energy that is taking place with Virginia. Okay. Right now, there's a lot of things going down with the state of Tennessee, with Mexico. There is a lot of information that is coming in with Mexico today. And yes, I'm looking at this chart from a whole different perspective, guys. Whole different perspective. Let me pull up my pen. Because I'm not looking at this from a perspective. Well, shoot, is it not working? Oh my gosh. Oh, dang it. Hold on. Control Alt Delete. Let me see if I can get this in task. Okay. Let me see if I can pull it back up. It may not work. It may not work right now. Yep, it's trying to work, but it can't for some reason. There we go. Let's see if it's going to work for us. Yes, it is. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm not going to look at the outer wheel. Okay. I'm not looking at the outer wheel right now. I'm seeing that there are, of course, Donald Trump's in transit. Of course, he should be. He definitely should be in transit right now. Neptune is stationing. This is a big deal because this is about the military complex. Military. This is all military having to do with Charlie. So Charlie was taken out. Look at this. Hold on. Let me go back up. Charlie Kirk. He was taken out. And let's just look at Donald Trump, for example. So Charlie Kirk is taken out. Everything is going to be the same. Okay. Everything is going to be the same with this chart, except all of the outer wheel is going to be a 0 and the lunar nodes of fate. The lunar nodes of fate are going to be different. Everything else is going to be the same. We are learning, okay? We are learning about something. Here's the teacher with the Leo. This is where the Leo energy is going on the map. It's going toward the courts. Watch this. Watch this. Donald Trump has a 344 in his chart. No matter what time he's born, but I do have his birth time. He has a 344 in his chart, and this 344 connects to Israel and Mexico. Israel and Mexico. And so the teacher is being transformed. Donald Trump is being transformed. But here's where it gets really, really interesting. Is because the lunar nodes have changed. Now we see that the lunar nodes are at a station. It's very intense with the fate of the future. And it's an 1820. 1820. Now look at Virginia, because this is where the military complex is rooted, is in Virginia. Watch this. I can't make it up. It is the 1820. 1820 is totally connected to the relationships within the government of the state of Virginia. And I want you to see something. The state of Virginia's chart has a 2558, and it's at a station. It's a station with the state of Virginia. This 2558, okay? And the 2558, hold on, I'm thinking of somebody else. the 2558, this is where Tyler Robinson, that's where his Mars is. That I have it. I have his Mars at the 2558. The 1614 is an opposition. The state of Virginia has an opposition with Donald Trump. All of this will eventually come out. It will all eventually come out. It's just a matter of time. Because they have an opposition. The military complex that's rooted in Virginia has an opposition with Donald Trump. Donald Trump Jr. is with Erica at the hearing. So far, the hearing is, yeah, it's just, it's bull. It's absolutely bull. But this is interesting because when Charlie was taken out, the lunar nodes change. That means that we can look at Charlie Kirk, okay? And we can look at him with the 0 Aries and the true node and see that his lunar nodes also changed. And guess what they changed to? The 344. The lunar nodes, the north node with the true node is not a mean node, but a true node is a 344. Same as Donald Trump, same as Israel, same as Mexico. Same thing. No matter what time Charlie is born, he would have that 344. And he could even have the 1820 in his chart too with Uranus, where he gets shaken up by the government with their values, with the United States values. And there is a lot of warring that Charlie Kirk has with the state of Tennessee and Cuba. Lots of warring, no matter what time he's born. And he could definitely have his Chiron in Virgo at a 503. That Chiron at a 503 could totally be where the FBI's lunar nodes have now changed with the true node at a 503, also at a station with the true node. So when I am looking at these degrees, I can do different charts to try to get any type of clues as to who could be responsible, their connections. I do this quite frequently. I just don't show you guys this because I don't want you to get confused. The 2946 midheaven for the FBI doesn't change. This 2946 for the FBI, their midheaven, it doesn't change. So the 2946, I can go back and look at Tyler Robinson and go, okay, well, what's his nodes now? What are his nodes now connecting to? The 2946? Oh, yeah, the FBI? Yes, Jennifer, the FBI, right there. The 2946. There's a breakup with Tyler Robinson with this 2117. That breakup with the 2117 is with the military complex with Virginia. He's a patsy. The FBI they have been compromised. They are compromised. I also want to show you something as well with the state of Virginia, because this doesn't change in their chart. The 957, this is where they're getting all kinds of information coming in. There's all kinds of information that is coming in with that 957. And today's transits, look at this, 957. They are receiving all kinds of information. The 1948, it's now to 1949. I'm telling you guys, we can tell so much by just looking at degrees. And Donald Trump, when Jaywood Mimi says that his kid Junior is with Erica Kirk. Here it is. The disordered aggression, the dark moon, the things that Trump does that he is definitely a part of because of the Epstein class. There's the relationship with Epstein. It's been at a station. There's a divine justice. And let me tell you something. The FBI, the 2556, this is all week long. All week. This is going to be in transit all week with Donald Trump and the FBI. Why? Well, I can tell you why. It's because this is look at this. That 2556 is not going to move. Eris, the goddess of war and strife, she isn't going to come off of there until Friday. Until Friday. That's when she will finally move off. But then we've got a lot of shakeups with Virginia. Lots of shakeups with Virginia. And let me tell you something. This is also going to be a day that we need to watch the New York Stock Exchange, because the New York Stock Exchange, it's all corrupt. Everything is just corrupt. The New York Stock Exchange over the weekend is going to have Chiron come to their midheaven. And it's going to be about money. It's going to be about the crypto, going to be about Federal Reserve. This day is also going to show the witness protection program, which is where Epstein is. I don't know if he is a part of the witness protection, but there is definitely some witness protection going on right here. I foresee a lot of changes that are going to be taking place with Virginia, with the military complex. Telling you, this is a big deal. This week, going into the weekend, is going to be lots of changes, lots and lots of changes. So I just wanted to show you guys that we can change the nodes. I can change the nodes. I don't even have to have this being all 0, 0. I can change the nodes. I can do all kinds of different charts to get a clue. All kinds of different charts. And what's going to happen, what's going to end up happening is if I play the tape all the way through, Saturn is coming to a lot of our players in the market. There's going to be a lot of tension by July 10th. Lots and lots of attention. Stress factor coming in for the state of California, Virginia, and then Saturn is going to end up stationing over the CIA. But Friday is going to be the day to really watch the stock market and how it's going to play out through the weekend. Donald Trump has really I know that a lot of people who have voted for him are now wishing that they hadn't. Everything that he was for, everything that he was against, it just seems like the tables have really turned a lot. The other thing that I'm noticing with the transits too is the majority of people around the world, especially here in the United States, are very concerned about the water. Very concerned about the water. Lakes are drying up. There's a scarcity. And it seems to be a common theme. As we go into the 0 degrees of Pisces with the lunar nodes, The 0 degrees with Pisces, this is all about water. The water, the oceans. So we are going to be seeing a lot with the FBI and Donald Trump this week. And I just wanted to show you guys that because I'm seeing it in a big way, especially as I change the nodes and get a glimpse of a different type of way that I can look at the chart. And Tyler Robinson will be having a Jupiter return. It's coming. It's coming for him. That Jupiter return is going to be coming for him. And it's going to be coming. Let me just tell you, that way you can go ahead and get excited and write it down because it's coming. And it's going to be around August 6th and 7th. Let's go ahead and get those lunar nodes. Oh, it looks like they're going to station at the 2947, not the 2946. Going to station, and not a trip. But yeah, it's going to come right here. His Jupiter is around the 8 degree right here. So this is going to be August 6th and August 7th. The lunar nodes are actually going to be on Donald Trump and his connection with King Charles. So Donald Trump and King Charles will be making the news along with Tyler Robinson. So we can expect something going down with Tyler. Will Tyler be taken out? I don't know, but we can definitely tell that the 2556 is back here. Eris, the goddess of war, she's now back to the 2556 that Donald Trump and the FBI share this connection with. And not only that, the physician Apollo is going to be at the same degree, the 619, which it is today. So we're going to be coming back. We're going to be coming back. And the 2658 that I believe that Tyler and the FBI have, that they share, Mars is going to be coming there. So I think we can expect something happening on August 6th. We can see that Saturn is now in a retrograde. And we've got the 0051 with Chiron. We can also see that Venus is going to be critical at a 29 degree. So this is going to be a day that we're going to have to we're going to have to observe it, because we're coming back to today. We're coming back to today, right there. 2556. Let's see how many days that's going to be a thing. Well, the reigniting of a flame with Donald Trump and the FBI, there it is. That's going to begin on August 2nd. And then boom, now we see it again, 2556. This is Iran. This is going to be Iran. All kinds of smoke and mirrors. This is definitely Utah. So we're going to, August 3rd. This is when it really is going to begin, August 3rd. We're going to have a side show, a distraction with Iran. August 4th, same thing. Eris is still there. We are going to see a reflection of the of the FBI and Donald Trump. Again, August 5th, August 6th, August 7th, August 8th, 9th, and then finally the 10th. And guys, there is a reason why. There is a reason why their connection is just going to continuously show up during this period. Yeah, definitely a clown show. Definitely a clown show. Let's see, where did I go here? It's a long recess. Let's see what they it's a show. It is all a show. And not only is it just a show, are y'all able to hear him? Okay, you can't? Okay. All right, hold on. Here we go.
So granted our
You should be able to hear it now.
motion to publish 3.1. So we would ask the court to publish that to the gallery,
All right.
3.1.
Y'all should be able to hear it now.
Any thoughts? All right, we'll go ahead and publish Exhibit 3.1. Looks like it's just taking a second to
Well, it's taking a long
come up on
second.
the screen.
I'm way too impatient for this.
Let's go ahead and unplug and replug in the monitor to see if that brings it back to life to display.
My gosh.
All right, looks like it's noticing a flicker on my screen here.
Thumbs up.
All right. Yes. All right, Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Bagley, so you testified that this is the screwdriver as you saw it on September 10th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to, and this was on top of which roof?
The Low C building.
And in relationship to the entrance, the stairway, and when you hopped over the rail to get there,
There's
where
about
was
10
it located?
About 10 or 15 feet in.
Okay. If I could, Your Honor, bring up
Hey,
State's
Shauna.
Exhibit number 2 that was previously admitted.
All right.
I would like to have Officer Bagley come down from the witness stand and point on that exhibit where approximately where this screwdriver was located and describe it for the record.
All right, you may step down. And if you have a microphone for him as well.
I think there was one up there. Oh, here we go. So if you can
And of course,
describe where you
we're not gonna
saw
see
that
it.
screwdriver, point to that.
Yeah, so this is the Low C building right here, the light gray. Here's the guardrail in the center of the picture with the red brick. Just over that, about 10, 15 feet in, about right there.
About right there. Okay. Now on this exhibit, exhibit 3.1, there's an evidence tag, yellow number 5. Was that present when you found the screwdriver?
No.
Okay. So that was left there by an evidence tech?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat again.
So again, here's the Losi building. That's where Arizona Saturn goes.
And if you'll let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. And can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that's a picture of the top of the Losi building looking west.
Okay. And how do you know that that is, in fact, the top of Losi Center, looking west?
I can see the landmarks of several buildings, that the Fugel buildings on the top left of it. You've got on the right is a white roof, which is the Sorensen building on the right side of the picture. This is also the gravel area on top of the Losi building.
Okay. Can you see the courtyard from this exhibit?
Yes, a little bit.
What about the tent that was set up that Mr. Kirk was underneath?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
Did you mention that this was facing west? What direction are we looking?
We're looking west towards Utah Lake.
Okay. Officer, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on September 10th, 2025 on top of the Losi building?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 3.2, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, I think that we renew our standing objection. There is an evidence tag here, which begs the question that it's not a fair and accurate representation of how he saw it. And we also don't have any indication about when this picture was taken or by whom. So we object to its admission.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Grunander.
Officer, one more question, Judge. Officer Bagley, apart from the evidence tag, do you see an evidence tag on that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Was that present when you were on top of the Losi Center and observed this?
That was not.
Okay. Otherwise, is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
State moves to admit.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Given that follow-up question, noting that the evidence tag, it appears to be number 2 on State's Exhibit 3.2 was not present, but otherwise it is a fair and accurate representation as stated by the witness to State's Exhibit 3.2. The court will admit it into evidence, and it may be published at the discretion of or the request of counsel.
We created a cocktail that requires 7 unique.
Officer Bagley, will you describe what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, on the top of the photo, you got the mountain range on the back. That's going to be looking west. You also have Utah Lake, which is towards the top of it. As you come down towards the center on the top, you've got a pond, which is the ponds over at Utah Valley University. I've come down from that, from where the water meets that red brick part, more towards the center is the Hall of Flags. And just below that, where you can see the grass and the white tent, is where Charlie Kirk was sitting looking west, and we're on top of the Losi building.
And is this depicting a particular corner of the Losi rooftop?
Yes, it is.
And this is the top rooftop?
Yes.
Is it the same level where we observed the atrium that's to the north?
The atrium's up just a little bit higher.
This is so boring.
So this is level, at the top level of 4.
Level 4, okay. And what area of the rooftop are we looking at here?
You're looking
as far as the gravel?
Southwest side of the Losi building.
Southwest side, okay. Is there a line of sight down into the courtyard?
Yes, there is.
In that area? Okay. What else do you observe on this exhibit that's significant to you, officer?
There was some disturbance in the gravel right where, and around the area where the yellow marker is there was some disturbance that caught my eye there.
Okay. And does this photograph do it justice?
No.
And how so?
You can't really see the impression I saw the time of when I was up there on that day. I saw a distinct impression in the gravel, and this does not show that.
Okay, so you could see more with the naked eye?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to refer the witness to state's exhibit.
I mean, that's his opinion. I don't understand why that's even, that's an opinion. I would have totally, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but
And
you
let
would
me know when
think
you
that
can
she would
see that.
object to that. Who is this woman?
Okay, I can see it.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a nighttime view of that same photo. That was just last, same view, looking west, and I can see the disturbance in the gravel.
And what tells you that this is the same photograph as the last one, as exhibit 3.2?
Oh, it is allowed.
You can see the hall flags. That's direct, almost the top of the photo. In the middle, you got the hall flags. You can see the tent in the grass area, the direct line of sight with the Sorensen building, and I'm on top of the gravel of the Losi building, southwest side.
Is there also an LDS temple that's depicted in that photograph?
There is. It's going to be on the top left of the photo. It's lit up.
Okay. Do you know who took this photo?
I do.
And who took this photo?
Melissa Richards.
And who is Melissa Richards?
She's the lead senior forensic for the state of Utah.
Okay.
Examiner.
And how do you know that she took this photograph?
I spoke to her.
Okay.
Let's renew the objection to hearsay. That's an our standing objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grunander, do you want to respond to the objection about hearsay?
Yes, Judge. Under Rule 1102, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation for the authenticity of any exhibit. That's found in 1102 sub B sub 3. I would also point out for the court that under Rule 1101, which is the applicability of the rules, in subsection C1, the determination of questions of fact preliminary to admissibility of evidence when it's determined under Rule 104, which are preliminary questions, the rules of evidence do not apply. 104 speaks directly to laying foundation for an exhibit. So even at trial, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit. I would also just point the court to State v. Griffin. This is a 2016 Utah Supreme Court case. The citation is 384 Pacific 3rd 186, which stands for hearsay evidence is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit, even at trial. And we're at a preliminary hearing today, Judge.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, before I issue a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection to hearsay. I note the standing objection by defense. I also note Rule 1102, and I also look to Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay evidence as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. For those reasons, I'm going to overrule the objection, and as it relates to reliable hearsay, in this instance, you may proceed.
Officer Bagley, did you ask Ms. Richards if this was a fair and accurate depiction of this scene on the Losi building on the night of September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said it was.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 4.
Ms. Nestor?
Just object to relying on what Ms. Richards told him in terms of creating the foundation and refer back to our standing objection.
The state will submit it.
All right. Well, and again, I'm just looking at it before me. It said it was a fair and accurate representation. There's a notation. I mean, in the previous exhibits, there's a marker, exhibit marker, and I see 2. But it also appears to be other artifacts on this image that I haven't heard any testimony about. And so
I will follow up, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, do you see an evidence tag in that exhibit?
Yes, I do. A number 2.
A number 2, and that's yellow and black?
Yes.
Do you see other evidence markers that are red in color?
Yes, to me, they're orange, but they're triangular shaped.
Okay. Were those markers, the evidence tag 2, as well as the orange or red markers, present when you observed that scene that day?
No.
Okay. Were they present, however, when Ms. Richards took this photograph?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that that is a fair and accurate representation of what she observed that night?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 4, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection, noting that the evidence marker, as well as the red or orange markers, I can't tell which color it is, was not present originally. And with those included information, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you. State would move to publish that.
All right.
Hey, Witchy Mama. Hey, Orb. Good to see you guys.
And I would ask for the witness to come down to explain the exhibit.
All right, officer, if you'd like to step down, use the microphone, and as previously noted, describe, when you're describing something on the image, where it is located on the image for the benefit of our recording.
So, officer, will you describe for the court what it is that you're looking at?
So what I'm looking at is I'm on top of the Losi building, which is where the gravel is towards the bottom center. I'm looking west towards the tent, which is in the upper center, that you got a white tent. You can see the grass down there in the amphitheater. You got the Hall of Flags that's more towards the top center. And behind that, you've got I-15. But what I'm looking at is in the disturbance of the gravel is what I saw that day.
Okay, and what can you describe for the record that disturbance?
To me, when I got up there and I could see this disturbance of gravel, to me, it looks like a sniper pad, a person that has been laying in a prone position, and you've got markings of elbows, knees, and feet to where somebody was in the line of sight of where Charlie's tent was.
Thank you. And if we could, again, take if we could publish State's Exhibit number 2. You recognize that, right, officer?
Yes, I do.
Where on the Losi rooftop did you observe this disturbance in the gravel?
If you go to the
Can you
center
point
of the
to that?
picture, if you go to the center of the picture and the darker gray part of it, on the left side, so the south side of the Losi building, it would be right in the line of sight of the Charlie Kirk tent that's straight in front of it.
Okay.
So the southwest side of the roof.
Thank you. You can take your seat. And finally, I would direct the witness's attention to State's Exhibit number 5 on the monitor.
Yeah, the Losi Center, it is suspect. It's totally suspect. I mean, it is totally suspect because this degree with Arizona and their connection to Erica Kirk, this is exactly what was in, in transit right here over the Institute building. It doesn't make, it makes sense to me when I'm looking at the map, but their version of it doesn't make sense at all. They're not telling the truth and nothing but the truth. So help them
Facing
God.
south.
This is a nighttime photograph, correct?
Yes,
Do you know who took this picture
I do.
and who took the picture?
It was Melissa Richards.
The same individual that you spoke about before?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether this is a fair and accurate depiction of what she observed
Yes.
that night?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said it was.
With respect to what you observed that day, apart from the evidence tag, the yellow tag, as well as the orange or red markers, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes.
What's different about what you observed as far as what's on the photograph, the previous exhibit, compared to this?
You can see more of the length of an individual. So you can see that there's 2 elbows, 2 knee areas, plus also towards the far right of the photo is also a marker where like somebody laid a gun down.
Okay.
It's like a prone position.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 1102, as well as other authority that's been cited today, the state offers State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Your Honor, we renew all the same objections we made to Exhibit 4.
Thank you. Given the foundation that has been laid and that the witness has testified that this is a fair and accurate representation of the scene, noting the tape as well as the markers in that, State's Exhibit 5 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
State moves to publish Exhibit 5, Judge.
All right.
Before turning to what you did next on that day, taking you to back to the daytime of September 10th, 2025, did you secure the rooftop of the Losi building that day?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I put yellow police crime scene tape around the portion where so nobody else would disturb that area.
And when you say that area, what areas are you talking about?
I'm talking about the roof where it was the southwest side of the roof where I found the disturbed gravel, where it looked like somebody had been proned out in the line of sight of the tent. So right there.
Did you secure the area as far as any of the entrance area up onto the rooftop with police tape?
Yes, so then where that natural guardrail is, that was the other barrier where they were advised not to go any further from there other than police officers.
Okay. If we could go back to State's Exhibit number 2. If we were to zoom in on this photograph, are you able to see the police tape that you put up on the rooftop of the Losi Center, officer?
Yes, you would be able to.
Kimberly, if we can zoom in. Officer, I'm going to have you come down and describe for the court where you put that police tape up to secure that scene, the rooftop area. On the southwest corner of the rooftop.
So this is the top of the Losi building. You got your two different grays. The southwest is towards the top, center of the picture. You can see some yellow tape that spans from over here on the far right side of the picture by these black pipes, goes around a silver vent, comes back down around to the corner of that silver to keep everybody out of that area where that prone position was at.
Okay. On that photograph, are you able to see where you put the tape up as far as the access way to that roof near the stairway?
So it was right here, actually, this natural barrier where you have to climb over the guardrail. So this is the other barrier that I had to set up.
And you put police tape on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you eventually leave that area?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you left that area?
Oh, I have it in my notes. It would be when I left that area, it was almost 1 o'clock, about 1:03, 1:01.
Okay. Before leaving, did you leave the scene with anyone?
I did not leave the scene. Or did I leave the scene to somebody? Yes.
Just to someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a county deputy, a female.
Did you provide instructions to her?
I did.
And what were those instructions?
I advised her not to let anybody inside the crime scene.
Okay.
Without being a police officer or an investigator.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat again. Officer, upon seeing this disturbance in the gravel, you've described what it looked like to you.
Yes.
Someone lying down in a prone position, correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
So when I got to the top of the Losi building during that day, I noticed a screwdriver, kept going to the edge, found that prone position. At that moment, I realized, because it was direct line of sight, plus the disturbance in the gravel, where I could see somebody laid down in a prone position or a sniper position, and asked dispatch to get on the then I realized that we probably didn't have our shooter in custody. From that moment, I asked dispatch to get on the camera system and to see if anybody was on top of the Losi building during the time of the incident.
Were you advised of anything?
I was. Dispatch came back and advised me that there was a male individual on top of the roof that was there at the time of the shooting.
Did they describe what his movements were?
They did. They stated that he ran to the edge, dropped down, crawled, got in a prone position.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ran to the edge. What direction and what edge?
Running west and southwest of the Losi building. So ran towards the tent of where Charlie Kirk was, so they could get a line of sight. And then the individual stood up after the shooting and ran northeast on the top of the Losi building.
Okay. You mentioned that this individual on the video dropped off the edge. Did you get that?
Again, he's talking about right here. I believe that this is where because this is the Taurus. So the Taurus should be where the evidence would be found. That would be right around here where I'm thinking where the screwdriver is allegedly found or planted is right here. And then this is where he would be running. This is the lead and it's critical. So a lead would come in right here. Unless he jumped right here, which is possible. I don't remember if he came this way or this way. And then jumped right here. But this Gemini energy, that's the two. That's the guy and the gal. Melissa Richards and Chris Bagley. That's what I'm thinking. There's two.
Oh, what happened? What else was described to you?
Then, well, at that moment, so I knew that there was possibly a shooter on the run.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to all of the hearsay that's being testified to here?
And Judge, my response to that was I'm not actually offering this for the truth of the matter asserted at this point, simply for the effect on the hearer. So I'm not offering what's been described in the video as substantive evidence.
All right, Ms. Nestor, with that clarification, any thoughts?
I'll just stand on the objection. I don't think, I mean, he's clearly offering it for the truth because he's asking him to describe the route of the individual and it's based on what other people told him. So if he wants to circle back to it after he's put the video in, I mean, we could do that. But right now, I still think it's inappropriate hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Hernandez?
I'll submit it to the court.
All right, so as the magistrate, as this is not to a jury, it's to myself as a magistrate, I am not accepting that statement for the truth of the matter asserted, simply for what has been stated. So I'm specifically making that finding as I'm receiving this evidence, and I'm not accepting it for the truth of the matter asserted, only as represented by Mr. Grunander. And with that, the objection is overruled. Mr. Grunander, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So you mentioned you were provided with information that an individual was running north on the Losi rooftop, correct?
Yes.
What else was described to you?
At that moment, I knew I had responding units coming into the scene. I advised other officers that I needed the Losi building secured, searched, because I didn't know exactly what way that other than he ran north. That moment, I went down to the police department, which is just down the stairwell, and looked at the video myself. And
where is the police department located?
It's in the Gunther Trade Building, just directly to the south of the Losi building.
Okay.
So where I described those outside stairs, the building to the left of that or south would be the Gunther Trade Building.
Okay. On what level is the police department?
It's level 3.
Level 3. Okay. Upon arriving at the police department, what did you do next then?
I then look at the footage to verify for myself exactly what expired on that moment, where I could see an individual run to the edge, get up, and then run off, and then drop off the northeast side of the building, of the Losi building.
Okay. Having viewed that, what did you do next?
At that moment, I realized I had more crimes, a bigger crime scene that I needed to contain and preserve for evidence. At that moment, I went and grabbed some more crime scene tape, and I responded to the northeast side of the building and secured an area where I saw impressions of the shoe print inside the grass, and also up above on that northeast side of the building, I could see on the cement where someone had scuffed there and then dropped down to the shoe imprint and then finished going northeast.
Okay. If I can take the witness back to State's Exhibit 2. You mentioned seeing an individual drop down. Could you come down and point that area out to the court?
Yes. Okay, this is the Losi building again on the top right center of the photo. Southwest side is where the individual was laying down prone in the line of sight, came behind the aquarium or atrium, came behind that on the west side of it, came up to the north side of the Losi building on the east on this white square piece on the far right of the picture. And then he dropped off on the east side of the Losi building into the grass down here below.
So the northeast corner.
Yes, northeast corner.
You mentioned you observed something on the grass.
I did. I saw a shoe imprint that was embedded pretty deep right there next to where he dropped off.
And this is all footage that you personally observed on the
Yes.
surveillance video.
Yes.
Okay. When you got to the scene, describe in as best detail as you can what you saw on the grass then.
So when I got to the scene, I could see that there was a shoe imprint there. When I looked up onto the cement from the roof, I could see some scratching or rub marks from the top of the roof that was not there. So I could see that looked abnormal. I then decided to put crime scene tape around the whole area in case there was more evidence that needed to be preserved.
On that exhibit number 2, do you see where you placed the crime scene tape?
Yes, I do.
And where is that? Can you describe that to the court?
It's going to be on the far right in the center of the picture. You can see the yellow tape. I came around trees, came up further out of pictures, some more trees. I came down all the way down to the back side of the LDS Institute building where there's a sidewalk to block everybody out of coming up that way.
Okay. Did you at one point leave the scene?
I did.
Did you release the scene to anyone?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
There was 2 Payson police officers that were standing there.
Okay. Were they in uniform?
They were.
Did you provide them with any instructions?
I advised them not to let anybody inside the crime scene other than law enforcement.
Okay, hold on. This is where they are describing that he dropped off is right here. Not over here, right here. This is where he would have, and they should be saying allegedly because they don't know for sure that it's him, that it's Tyler. I mean, they don't know. They didn't stop him when he got off, so I don't know how they know for sure that that's him. It's just a man that's wearing all black clothing that jumps off the building right here. And this is where Arizona, again, the military industrial complex with Fort Huachuca and this Patsy. That's what they're talking about.
Officer Bagley, what did you do next?
From that moment, I then released the scene. I went down to the Fugal building and knew that where the Instant Command Center was at, so I could relay information that I'd found to responding units and people in charge.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
State will pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Nestor? Ms. Nestor, before you begin, what time would you like to break for lunch? I don't want to interrupt a line of questioning, and so I just want to make sure that we're just taking a look at the clock and when you feel is a good time to break, roughly in that 12:10 range?
I will aim for that, Your Honor. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Good afternoon, or morning still.
Morning.
Officer Bagley, my name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson today, and I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you checked in around 11 a.m. on the day of the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know in advance there was going to be this event on campus?
I did. I signed up for an overtime shift. So yes. For
You
the special
signed-
event, I signed up for the overtime shift.
Got it. And so did you attend any type of debrief or briefing or meeting to prepare for the security of this event?
I did not, because that morning when I got there, we had individuals on top of the Hall of Flags. So when I walked in, I just checked on, was going to get my uniform on. The chief Long got a text or an email or phone call stating that there's people on top of the Hall of Flags throwing stuff down to the tent. Therefore, he sent the 2 officers that were on duty down to secure the area. I got dressed and then came back on, and then went to the Hall of Flags to secure that area.
So you never attended any kind of, I'll just use the word debrief or meeting to talk about what the officers on scene were going to do that day to keep everybody safe?
No, not that morning.
Do you know if there was such a meeting?
I don't know, because when I got there, it was people were throwing stuff down on the tent.
And do you know how many UVU officers you guys employ normally?
There was 15
And do you know how many were assigned to cover that event that day?
that were assigned to cover it. There was 6 of us there was patrol 1 and then 5 others that were there with the chief.
Did you all have an idea there were going to be thousands and thousands of people there? Or was that a surprise to you?
Had an idea.
And you only had 5 officers?
6, yes.
6, I'm sorry, counting you, I was
Yes.
thinking. And of those 6 officers, are you all armed? Do you carry weapons?
Yes.
What type of weapons do you carry?
Glock pistols.
And was there any use on campus of, I think they're called magnetometers, but the machines you walk through at TSA and the airport where it checks to see if you're carrying anything metal, what we all had to go through to get in the courtroom. Were there any machines like that set up or being used on campus that day?
No.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
And did anyone ever talk to you about covering anything near or on top of or in the low C building? Were you ever assigned that area before the shooting?
No,
Do you know who was?
I don't.
And when you got up to the roof that afternoon, was anybody around that was law enforcement?
No,
Nobody on the roof?
no,
Nobody on the stairway?
no,
Nobody on the walkway?
no.
Okay. And in the state of Utah, is a campus a gun-free zone? Are students allowed to have guns on campus?
It's an open carry state, so yes.
And did you see anybody that was armed that day other than law enforcement?
I did not see.
Were you aware of whether Mr. Kirk had his own security team present there with him?
Yes.
Did you communicate with any of those people?
I saw one individual that was on top of the Hall of Flags right next to me. Yes.
Okay. And that was before the shooting.
Yes. And then I saw several down in the crowds and down by him. Yes.
And were you aware of whether that person was armed either?
I was aware he was armed.
Okay. Was there any other law enforcement agency besides Mr. Kirk's private security team and your 6 officers, including you, that were covering that event that day? In other words, did you have any Provo police or Orem police or anyone that you knew of or federal agencies?
I don't know.
You never saw any that day?
No, not until the response came in.
And you did mention, I think I heard you just a few minutes ago testify, you turned over the scene on the roof to a woman who was a deputy sheriff, right?
Yes.
And that you turned over the scene where the individual dropped off to, I believe you said, was it Orem police? Payson Police, thank you. Those people weren't there till after the shooting, right? They were part of just a response of everybody in the area.
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive any type of briefing materials, written materials prior to the event that talked about who would be covering what or anything like that?
No, not that morning. Like I said, it started getting hectic, so we were trying to get down there, secure the area, and push people away from the top of the tent.
Now, when this event was over, you prepared a report, is that right?
I did.
And in the report, it covers a lot of what you testified to with Mr. Grunander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think you said you attended, 600 hours of post-training?
It's around 600 hours, yes.
And I'm sure somewhere in that training, you were taught the importance of your police report
Yes.
and how it will be relied on years later to recreate events like it's being done right now. And so you know it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your report.
Yep.
Can we put up Bagley 1? Can we switch it over to the defense table, please? Thank you so much. And show it only to the witness. This is it's his police report.
Yeah, she is.
All right.
She appears good.
Do you see that report in front of you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare this report?
I didn't. I did a supplement on it, but I didn't prepare the report. So, like, because the incident was a big agency assist, so obviously it says it has all the responding officers to that effect.
Oh, we need to go to the page. Thank you for pointing that out. Can we please move to page 3 or 5, maybe? Let me look and see.
Yeah, I agree, Shauna. The night before the event, we did talk about it, but I think we need to talk about it again with this Mercury in
All right,
retrograde.
now, let me
Actually,
ask the
Mercury's
question again.
combust
Sorry, we just
today.
had the cover sheet up. Is that your report?
Yes, this is.
Right, and did you prepare that?
I did.
When did you prepare this report?
It looks like it was done the next day, either that day or the next day, because I wanted to make sure that I had it done where everything was fresh on my mind.
And do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, as a matter of fact.
May I just step in and just make sure that it's the same one? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, you're good.
When you, and this is, we got to ask this now. Did you use AI to help you prepare your report?
I did not.
Okay, good. When you prepared your report, you referenced when you first heard the shot, don't you?
Yes.
And what is the time that you say that you heard the shot?
12:23.
Right. And when you wrote that report, you did not state in your report the direction you heard that shot come from, did you?
No, apparently not.
And take your time and look at the whole report and see if there's anywhere in there where you ever mentioned that it came from the east or to your right.
I don't see his direction.
Okay. And you also, I believe, in your report, you also don't state whether or not, you don't mention anything about thinking it came from the low C building or anything like that, right?
Later on, when I recognized when I saw the empty holsters, I think I actually said that in there, where I see the empty holster, that I realized the line of sight.
Okay. So let's talk about that holster for a minute. So you heard the shot, and you only heard one shot, correct?
Yes.
And then you came down from the walkway above the tent, right?
Yes.
And you came down to really the grassy area that we've all been looking at, the courtyard.
Yes.
And there was kind of chaos, people running around.
Yep.
Yes. And while you were down there, you saw what you said was an empty holster.
Yeah, as I was clearing people out and making sure that the evidence was preserved, About towards the top, after a little bit, I saw an empty holster sitting there.
And when you say towards the top, can you be specific and tell us where you were?
So on the south side in the courtyard, there's some tiers of seating where the grass is different levels, and it was towards the top, maybe just right before the cement is where everybody's standing. So there's different levels. It's towards the top on the grass.
And when you saw the holster, can you describe to me what it looked like?
An empty concealed holster
For what type of
for a
weapon?
pistol.
Okay. And did it have any markings on it?
I didn't even know, not that I noticed.
And what happened to that holster?
I have no idea.
Did you ever take custody of it?
Nope.
Why?
Did you ever tell anyone else to take custody of it?
Nope.
You just left it on the grass?
I did.
Wow.
Was it ever fingerprinted to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. I wish I knew exactly where that holster was found.
At some point, there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Right. Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
So it wasn't UVU.
No,
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
no.
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
Right. You mentioned that as you were coming down into the grassy area from the top above the tent, you come down the Hall of Flags, you come into the grassy area. You mentioned that you heard, I guess on your radio, that they had a suspect in custody.
Yes.
And so how long do you think between the shot being fired did you hear that?
I was in, like I said, trying to get down the stairs, jumping over people, trying not to step on people as people were fighting up. Within 30 seconds, maybe.
Right. So they pretty much instantly had someone in custody.
Yes. And that's why I was quite surprised.
Were you aware of where the person was taken into custody?
Right down by where Charlie Kirk was sitting by his tent, somewhere down there.
So in the courtyard area, the person would have been in the courtyard area at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
Was that person in or near or around the holster in any way?
No.
You don't know?
No, what he wasn't. Where the holster was up on the top level up there, and it was where when the incident happened, when Charlie got shot. Within seconds, the other officer that was down by him said that he was in custody with a prisoner of the shooter. So that had been within right there.
You didn't, at that time, it was your understanding the person they took into custody was close by Mr. Kirk. Is that right?
Yep.
But it didn't occur to you that, well, that's not where I heard the shot come from. They must have the wrong person. I should talk to somebody.
During the chaos moment, no. They said they had a person in custody. I figured those guys saw something I didn't see. They took the person in custody, and I thought that was him.
Okay. This would be a good stopping place because I'm about to start another section.
Okay,
So maybe we could go 5 minutes early for lunch.
absolutely. All right. Thank
Thank
you.
you, officer.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I do want to.
So it looks like he's talking about the holster. He said that it was found near the Hall of Flags where he was. So it would have been, I want to say he said in the grassy area. So this would definitely be with Erica Kirk and the group, unless it was found somewhere over here. And of course, we don't know exactly where it was found. I would love to know exactly where it was found. And it looks like AI is saying it was on the ground in the courtyard near the Hall of Flags. So he just walks right over that. He's just like, what? I'll just leave that there. I don't think that has anything to do with anything. I'll just leave the empty gun holster right there. Doesn't sound like He did his due diligence then. So he was only focused. So he doesn't take anything of evidence over here. He wants to go over here straight to the Losi building. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is where I'm showing Richards and Richards law firm. I'm not sure if that's where her law firm is. I've got a Matt Barrett. I've got the attorney Kathy Nestor. So I have her office is right here. Again, all of this is faded. We're just seeing on the map where there's a lot of fate with Charlie Kirk. So I have where Judge Graff may live, but this is where I was really focused. This is where I'm really focused on Charlie with the fate, and that is at the Chabad Lubavitch of Utah. This is where I went straight immediately after I began to build this map, and it's because the North Node is in Pisces, so I'm looking for money. I'm looking for not money, but I'm looking for Pisces wants to give. I'm looking for charity. And this Lubavitch, this is of course Jewish with the North Node. Let's see if I can go a little closer with the North Node. Again, we're looking right here at this building. Institute building. Let's go ahead and get this one on that building right there. The SC building. What is the SC building? SC. SC building. Let me see. At Utah State, at Utah University. That would be called the Student Center. That's where the bookstore, the food court, the grand ballroom is. So the Student Center. Or it could be, yeah, that's the Student Center. Okay. So this building is going to be called the Student Center building, I believe. Student Center building, Utah. Student Center. No, that's not it. Let's see. It's the SC. So I'm going to say it's Student Center, but anyway, that's what we're going to do. We're going to put it as the Student Center. Let me come back because it's taking us somewhere else. I'm just going to put Student Center. Or let's just do the SC building. Possibly Student Center. Let's go ahead and do that. Because this is where the Saturn during the event was critical. It would be critical at the event here on this side. So that's where all of the, a lot of people were standing. But Jay Wood Mimi, tell me again who the guy is. It's got the he was standing in front of Charlie with sunglasses on. He had a short sleeve shirt. It looked like, it was kind of camo, like a light brown shirt. And as soon as Charlie was popped, he does something with the cuff of his shirt. I'm trying to remember that guy's name to see if Rick Cutler. Okay, I was trying to remember. Do you remember who he was, what he's all about? Rick Cutler. Let me see if I can find him. Let me see if I can find anything about him. Like his birthday. Can't remember if he lived there in Utah, what he was doing there. Rick Cutler, let's see. Let's see. Let's see if I can get anywhere near Tremont. Okay, so he may be from Tremont, and that again is going to be where the fate is. That's exactly where the fate could be. Yeah, the brown shirt guy. He's in South America working with those displaced kids. He was new. Okay. So he was new. The brown shirt guy was new. That's the guy that I feel like had something major. Like major, that's where the energy with the directed energy is going is, and he is right there. He's right here. In front of Charlie. So in front of Charlie, he would have been right here. Charlie's sitting here, and the guy is right here. Right through here. So I want to try to find his birthday. I definitely want to find his birthday. Let me see if I can get, let me see if I can find it. I would say he's 60 years old, December 7th, 1965, maybe. December 7th, 1965. Let me see if I can. December 7th, 1965. I think he was in Utah. I think he's got an address in Utah. Rick Cutler. Do we know anything about him? Let's just go ahead and let's go ahead and make him from Utah. Let me see. Let's see. Michelle could be his wife. Yeah. So he would be the South America. South America. Let's see. Rick Cutler. Let me ask AI. Rick Cutler. Charlie Kirk. Where was he born? Who assisted security? Let's see. Let's see if AI knows anything. Military service in the U.S. Army. Spent 30 years with the Irving, Texas Police Department. The Irving, Texas Police Department. Irving, Texas Police Department. Let's go ahead and make a. So that's Irving. That's where the teacher is. Okay, so the teacher that is connected to Israel and Donald Trump, that's where we're going. We're going where the teacher is, and this is where all of the Brian Harpole, this is where everybody, the security group is. Okay, so this is the security group, right? They are definitely with the teacher, with Israel, and that's the 344. It's connected to Charlie, the fate of the day, connected to Israel and Trump right there. We're going to this security. Got an address for Rick Cutler, but let's see. So I'm just wondering if he's from Texas, since he spent so long there. So then we need his address there in Texas, which is just going to take us right back here, right? It's just going to take us right back here. Yeah, where my dad lived. Yeah. So this is where the teacher is. Makes sense. It definitely makes sense. And there's where Maxwell is. So with this conjunction, we've got Irving, we've got, where Brian and the security system, the security team is, who had just been hired. Rick Cutler had just been hired. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. So I don't want to put that dude's address there. Okay. Okay, so I do have his address now, and it's right there in Irving, Texas. So he is from Texas. I just need to find his birthday. His birthday. Hmm. Rick Cutler. 29 years of service. He moved to Guatemala after retiring in 2019. So let's go ahead and look at Guatemala. Let's go ahead and look at that. And there it is. Values with a lot of attention are seen here, especially with justice, things of possession, body movement. So we're going to Guatemala on this one. We are going to Zorro Ranch. And then we are also going to the courts, right? Because we go closer in That's where the Chris Bagley would be living. This is the court. So this line is really showing us a lot of attention. Guatemala. Interesting. Let me pull up Guatemala. Let me pull them up. And I'm going to show you guys this just a second. Again, I'm still using the house system, but let me go ahead and take it off. Let me get back to my regular house system because I'm ready to see all of the different degrees in the chart. Let's change it back to my house system. And the Mead nodes. Let's do that. The points, the houses. All right, now we're going back to mean node. Now we're going back. Going back. We're going to look at this chart. Just a second. Let me bring it up. We're going to go back. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this map. Hold on just a second. Yeah. Let me go ahead and save that and take you to my, look at the whole screen now. Let's look at the whole screen now. Rents.com. Yep, that's him. Okay. Now, I'm just going to gaze at this chart really quick because the 503 that connects the FBI to Charlie Kirk is right here. There's a breakup. There it is, guys. There it is. So we've got a winner chicken dinner. Okay. We definitely are seeing that the connection with Charlie Kirk and the FBI with the 503 is right here. Right here. The 1634 is definitely in the chart for Donald Trump. For Donald Trump. And man. $451. My goodness. My goodness gracious, guys. And the fact is that it will be like pulling teeth to try to get true justice. True justice. That's going to be hard to do. But there it is. There's a breakup with Charlie. The government. Interesting. Okay. Let me pull up Utah. Pull up Utah. One more time, looking at this. Because Utah is definitely connected. They are definitely connected with Israel. Israel's right here. The 421. They are definitely connected to the that country. This is definitely the justice with the judge that you are seeing today. The judge, the 1948. With our Department of Justice, the DOJ. Department of Justice, the 1948. Let me just bring it up. Hold on. Pretty sure it's the Department of Justice. Let me look because I know that they were Department of Justice. Here we go. Department of Justice. That's in 1946. There was a lot of energy with the Department of Justice that day when Charlie was taken out. I was thinking it was in 1948, but it's in 1946. Let me look at Let me show you guys Israel. I'm just going to show you the connection between Israel and Utah because Israel's got a lot of connections here. Lots and lots of them with the different states and the different countries. They've just got a lot of connections with that money, honey, with the military industrial complex. And so, where they are always reflecting with their public image, that is where Utah makes their mark with money, with kids, with education. So that 421 is it's just a pattern. These degrees just start to become patterns. And so this 4 degree that you're seeing here with the major transformation in the public eye, that 4 degree it's this 344 that was in the third house of communications. That's what was being activated in the chart when Charlie was taken out, the 344 that connects to Donald Trump. But that 4 degree is definitely going to, if we look on Charlie's map, that 4 degree in Leo is going to be riding right here. So this is exactly where they reflect. If I were to put Israel into the map, this is where they are going to reflect. The court, Chris Bagley, on down into Victor, on down into Monticello, coming down into the Zorro Ranch, and on into Guatemala. Same thing. Right there. Right there. The connection that Charlie Kirk has with the state of Tennessee and Cuba, I want you to see that there's also a lot of energy that would be going into Cuba from where Maxwell is held. There's a lot of energy with Cuba, and it's going all into, the carcass. Yeah. It does get creepier. His Road Pro mic. Yeah, I mean, the mic is what it was. It was definitely the mic. There was a directed energy with the mic. But this guy, he almost looks like he does something at the same exact time. Same exact time. That officer should be sweating right now. He got all kinds of nervous when she came up there and started questioning him. He got so nervous. But yeah, this map with Charlie, I mean, obviously there's a lot. There's a lot more that I could put in here, especially going to the west, but I do have Erica. I've got a key. There's Tridale, Utah. But this event with Saturn, it is squaring the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is squaring Erica's mother. This is where she is registered. Let me show you a little bit closer in Cincinnati. So Ohio is showing up pretty well. Ohio, Maryland, Fort Meade, this is where the NSA is. And then this line goes all the way out to Israel. I'm just looking to see if we're still on break. They'll have an hour of lunch. Let me go ahead and show you something else because I want to make sure that we're all on the same page with, let me show you something else, guys. So the night before Charlie was, taken out, I didn't know who Charlie was, had no idea who he was, nothing about him. But Shauna and I were talking. We were on text and it was late at night. And I told her that, there was something that I wanted to watch. I needed us to watch a certain time period. And the time period was the time period where Charlie was taken out. But I didn't know that. She didn't know that. We were just watching to see what was going to take place because Trump was in transit, Israel was in transit, and so was the Epstein crew. The Epstein crew. Epstein was in transit, Ghislaine was in transit, Elon was in transit, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is intense. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy." And I'm telling her, so this is 9 months ago. It was the day after. I think that I recorded this on the 11th or the 12th. It was either the day after or the next day. So she and I were on the phone, had all these charts pulled up, and I'm sending them back and forth to her. And we're trying to figure out what it is that's going to happen because it looks serious. Series is a directed energy. A lot of, I'm looking at a lot of cases. I'm looking at, cases. I'm looking at a lot of military stuff a lot of the times. And so I have my pattern for directed energy. And Ceres was at the same exact degree with an opposition with Erica Kirk. With the law enforcement of Arizona. And the law enforcement, the military in Arizona is, we think about Fort Huachuca. And again, Fort Huachuca on the map is pulling strong. So I can't deny that the map is definitely adding up with everything that I saw. Everything that I saw. So this is just a little clip of me and Shauna talking.
This is where I'm assuming from some of my research that they would have found the weapon is right here. So this right here is the event's 4th house series in Aries that has a quincunx, the 11th house of Poseidon and Scorpio. So Poseidon and Scorpio, it's about things that are hidden with the investigation. Ceres is directed energy. So Ceres is a directed energy. It's also about religion. Ceres is about religion and directed energy. I get so tired of hearing the same-o from astrologers that are just reading books that talk about how great of an energy that Ceres is and how she's such a nurturing energy. No, that's not true. I see it every time, and she's not about being nurturing. This is about directed energy and religion, religious dogma. So here we are, and this is on the 4th house, Ceres in Aries. Ceres matches the degree of the FBI Uranus in the 3rd house of Capricorn. This is telling me that the communications with the FBI are shaken up here with a lot of energy with groups. Now, does that mean that the FBI would be involved, would have something to do with this? Or is that just telling us that that's where they find it? It could go either or. And then this Saturn here, this is where Saturn was critical at a 29 degree. Critical. 29 degree. And I'm going to show you who has that. The Department of Justice. Department of Justice was being opposed here.
The Department of Justice was being opposed. Saturn was the same exact degree as the Department of Justice, the physician who brings enlightenment with health. The Department of Justice was already being opposed when I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you. Is okay, so here is Liberty University. This would be, so if I were to put Utah here, Jaywood Mimi, Utah, their Jupiter is going right here. It's a 6. Their Jupiter is a 6 Cancer in the 7th house. This is the military. Okay, so this would be the military relationship for Utah. It's right here. That's it. I just haven't put Utah in yet. And I've only put one angle for the state of Arizona. But this is definitely Utah. It is a 6-degree Cancer. 6-degree Cancer. And if I'll show you, let me show you this. Let me show you. Let me show you. Because it does, I mean, you know, if I put Utah on here, you would see, let's see, a 6 Cancer. So when he was taken out, the vertex is showing that it's going to go over that 6 Cancer. It's at a 4. If I were to put the vertex, the intense experience, actually did. Actually, I did. Hold on. I actually did put the intense experience. I thought the vertex. Well, that might be, I may be off with this. Because it was actually at a 4. It was in Cancer. That's Leo. That's Cancer. Let me make sure this is a 96. Hold on. That's a 96. That's it. He's got an 8 Cancer. Donald Trump. Let's hold on. Where is Utah? There it is. So if I were to put Utah in there, here is where their relationships are with the military, because this is military. Jupiter is going to be the military. It's going to be having to do with religion. It's going to have to do with pew-pews and missiles and attorneys, foreign agents. Jupiter is representing that Sag energy with 2 people, the communications and the military. So the 624, that's exactly where Liberty University is. And it won't be long, and the dark moon is going to give them a hell of a show with their moon at a 2257. Let's see when that's going to take place. Let's see when that will take place, guys. 2257. So what's going to happen? Let me just go ahead and tell you right now. This 2257 is going to come right after it gets to Trump. It's going to go to Trump first and then Utah. Trump first and then Utah. Trump first and then Utah. So 2257. Let's go back to August 10th. 2257. We're at a 26. So we don't have that long to go. 2257. Actually, right there, July 13th. So this would be Monday. This would be Monday morning. Monday morning with Utah. And I definitely see Virginia in this chart as well. FBI is going to be opposed on this day. The FBI will be opposed on this day. And this 1528 is definitely going to several states, and one of them is Ohio. We'll get into this. We'll get into it as it gets closer, but this 1436 Oh my gosh, yeah. The 2144 is a reigniting of a flame with the FBI. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a big day for them and for Utah. FBI in Utah. Yep. That's when the moon, the dark moon, at almost noon, is going to be reflecting what took place with Charlie Kirk on that tragic day. We know that that 421 that Utah has that connects to that's definitely Utah. Look at that. Let's look at this with Utah. Jeez. Jeez Louise, watch this. I see Trump in the mix with all of it. Oh yeah. Same old people. Utah. Look at this. Their midheaven is a 214. Well, that's where the betrayal with Sedna with those communications is 214. This is also we could be talking about the mic. We could be talking about the two people, the clone that looks like Tyler. But that 421 and the 418, so there's a shakeup. There's an unexpected shakeup. Unexpected shakeup with Utah. And then there's going to be a shakeup with Utah and Israel. It's coming. That's on July 13th. Just write it down. Absolutely write it down. We'll see it. We'll be talking about it. July 13th, guys. July 13th. And there's going to be an opposition. Okay, there's going to be an opposition with Donald Trump. And let me just tell you something too. With one of our ships, there's an opposition with the FBI, with Trump. There is an opposition with King Charles. And there could be things going down with one of our ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's coming. It is coming. What else do I see here with this chart? Let's see. They got a 436. So this would have just left. $434, $436, the 410. It's Virginia. 410. So there's major transformation. There's a 154. With Virginia. Hold on. Let me go back to Virginia's chart. That 410 that's going to be transformed is the way that they shine, the way that Virginia shines. Their sun is going to be transformed. It's going to be transformed. There's the 1307. There is a huge weight with relationships and the government, the governing bodies. That 410, they're going to be transformed that day. So on July 13th, I see Erica Kirk with this. Oh, yeah. I see Texas and Ohio. But there's the 1307. So the weight of health, there's that 1436. Again, go back. So we're going to look at that. We're going to see again with the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice, that 1436. Let me go back because I want you to see something with the day that he's taken out. So Charlie Kirk is taken out on this day. Here's the 1436. When we look at charts and we're just constantly looking at charts, you begin to notice patterns. You just begin to notice patterns. And this pattern with the 1436, 1437, 1435, what have you, that's the Department of Justice. So we even have the Department of Justice that's corrupt. That's what that tells me. There again, the low point during this assassination is a 214. So again, Utah, their midheaven and their IC is a 214. And this day at 12/23/30, that's exactly when this is showing up with the midheaven. Right here. This is the day that I was watching. Okay. So I'm watching this. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was down to the minute. The day before, I'm watching it. I'm like, something is not right here. I'm seeing way too much. Look, there's the 1436 with the divine justice. So the divine justice had already activated the chart of the Department of Justice. It already done that. The day before, okay, the day before, or just hours before, really, that Charlie was taken out, just hours before, there was a lot of emotional attention with Trump, with Israel, with the FBI. If I don't trust the FBI on one thing, I'm definitely not going to trust them on anything. Okay, so there's already a distrust. So I'm not just going to automatically start trusting them now. But this 817 is in the third house of communications with groups. And this is Tyler. Okay, so Tyler's Jupiter is being opposed. He is having an opposition with investigations here in the third house. The law, the military is opposing him. He is being opposed. And that Jupiter return is going to show it. When he has that Jupiter return. And as a matter of fact, there's a relationship that Erica Kirk has that's the same thing. 817. Let's look at Erica Kirk. Let's pull her up. Because she has that energy with the 8 right there. So we could even put that at 817, couldn't we? That's Palace. Palace is an investigator. So if we were to put that at an 817, there it is right there. So now we can get it to the 817. And look, she's got the lunar nose of a 957. She is faded today. She's faded. Watch. Let me show you. So this day with him, with Charlie, let's go back. And he was taken out. And let's just look at her. We don't know what time she's born. We don't know if Palace had come back to natal to her palace or not. Okay. But there's a shakeup with an investigation, and it's going to come with groups in the future. And this definitely has to do with the groups of trans. Okay. It's what they're going to play it. They're going to do it hook, line, and sinker. It's all about them. It's all about the trans people. Okay. She possibly has a 618 or a 619, either way, the lunar nodes at a 957 today, the 957 is where there is desires. Okay. Desires. This is the transits right now. This is the desires that she is fated with the authority that's in her life. Y'all see this, right? You see that the lunar nodes are at a 216. So we're waiting for them to come to the 214. Because when they come to the 214, that's Utah. That's Utah. There's going to be a fate with Utah. Absolutely. The 1424 is coming to the 1425. That is going to be Mexico. Mexico. So let's look at this. That's going to be the 214. We're trying to get it to see. We're going to see that there is going to be a fate with Utah. And that is going to begin right here. 343. Let's get it to the exact moment. Because y'all know how I like to do that. Let's get it to the exact moment right there. And here it is. The exact moment that they are fated. Here it is. Let me tell you what I see here. Well, definitely see Guatemala. There's a devouring energy with Guatemala, with President Trump, with this 1634. Most definitely. There's going to be some shady stuff going down. There's a lot of shady stuff that's happening at this moment. Lots of shady stuff. And something is beginning and ending here in Utah. Big time. And the sun is conjunct Saturn. The sun has already conjunct Neptune as it's stationing, and then it's going to see how we've got this stellium here. We've got this stellium, okay? And the moon is just sitting in the middle of this conversation. It's the things that our government and the warmongers try to hide. That's what we are going to be reflecting on as soon as the fate comes to Utah. Absolutely. As soon as it comes to, boom, there it is. There are other places that has the 1634. It's not just Guatemala. It's not just President Trump, but there is going to be a devouring energy here. Interesting. Interesting. But I do want you guys to see that there's a relationship here. We can go back. Let's go back in time. Hold on. That's July 7th. That's tomorrow, early in the morning. But if we were to go back to that 817, with a future relationship, well, that's yesterday morning. That's yesterday morning. And Jupiter is at that 110 with Virginia. With Virginia. The 110 with Virginia. And the 220, that is going to be Fort Huachuca. The 420 is the 220 is Fort Huachuca. So the fate is with Fort Huachuca here, and then the military in Virginia. Because that 110 is going to Virginia. Going to Virginia. The weight is over a 1517. Watch this. So I'm going to show you Virginia. Don't you worry. It's showing you Virginia. At this time, here is the 110. There's the Mars. So Jupiter is activating their Mars. At the same time that this is going down with Fort Huachuca. Let's go ahead and pull Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein with this exact time period. Because it's really happening here. This 1318, there's a justice. It's stationing. It was there for a few days and then it finally lifts off and is now in retrograde. And this is a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. 1318, that's a relationship with him. There it is. He has big time. He's not dead. He is totally alive. And the Fort Huachuca connection with Israel, all of this. It's just right there in our faces. And we're just looking at degrees. I mean, we're just playing the numbers game. It's really all there is to it. We're playing the numbers game. Absolutely playing the numbers game. You go back to Guatemala. That's interesting that there is a connection with Guatemala and President Trump. We can see that there is a relationship that opposes. It was opposing Guatemala that day and Tyler Robinson. Let's go back to Tyler Robinson and Erica. Because it just blows my mind. So if Erica, she has, let's just say that Erica, let's just say that she has a relationship. That is the 344. That would be Charlie. That would be Trump. She could definitely have the 1307 in her chart with Pluto. Don't know what time she's born. But she is definitely going to be in an opposition with Guatemala. No matter what time she's born, she's going to have an 8 degree here. It's going to be in Aquarius. Okay. Let's go back and look at Tyler Robinson with his 8 degree. Because his 8 degree is in Leo. See? It's in Leo. So that day, the investigation is opposing him with Jupiter, with the law, and the military. It is also opposing Erica Kirk. It's also opposing Erica Kirk. It's opposing both of them. And it has a military, there is definitely some type of military here. And he was, he was, and that is coming back. That's coming back. So the FBI and Trump have the 2556. He has the 2557. So as soon as it leaves, as soon as all the warring leaves Trump and the FBI, then it goes to Tyler. Then it goes to Tyler. Watch this. Because Elon, there's a lot of people that are they're just not talking about Elon. And I think that was one of the main players. He is one of the main players with all of this that's going on. I know that a lot of people trust him, but I don't think that he should be trusted. I want to show you Elon, his connection with Tyler, because this was just in transit. I'm going to show it to you. Hold on. Don't you worry. So Elon had a lot of energy going to him this day. And it's with the Doge, right? It's with Doge. That's what was happening, was the Doge stuff. But Tyler and him have a certain degree. Elon Musk, in his chart in the 4th house of home, he has a teacher. In the 4th house of home, it is ruled by contracts. It's ruled by the government. Okay. In the 4th house of home, it's all about wisdom and his desires with the governing agencies. And then he has a teacher that wants to borrow money. This is where the espionage, this is the fraud, and eventually will be justice, okay, with the divine justice. But that 539 in his chart is in Scorpio. Well, Tyler Robinson, no matter what time he's born, he has the wisdom of the teacher with the money. Okay. So when we were looking at Elon's chart, when we were looking at this chart with Charlie, the day that he was, taken out, day he was popped and all that. This energy with Elon was very strong. Okay. Very strong. Let me show you why I'm saying that. Let me just show you why. Elon, and that day, that moment. Oh, shoot. Let me do the other Elon. Not that one. Oh, not that one. No, 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 no. Let's go back down. Let's do this chart for Elon. With the mean node. Okay, here we go. Because this is the way I was looking at it. Okay. I was looking at it this way. And what I noticed was it had everything to do with the values. The 1919 is the values with Ghislaine Maxwell. Then the values and the money got switched to Elon. So Elon and the things going down with Doge. Because didn't Charlie ask him? Didn't Charlie reach out to Doge? Yes, Charlie did. Charlie reached out because he was trying to get a handle on the money. So the money right here with Elon, there is a lot of blowing up with tons of emotions in the 9th house during this awful event. And the 448 is right here. Lots of emotions with the homestead, the United States of Elon Musk. At the same time that the values are taken into consideration and Israel's meeting their mark, and the teacher, that teacher is going all the way down into Guatemala, but it definitely goes over Fort Huachuca. The other thing that I noticed that day, the day before actually, is that the 2944 was in the outer wheel. And I was like, whatever this is going to be about Epstein and the Virgin Islands, because the Virgin Islands has that degree. So I was pretty confident when I was talking to Shauna and telling her about all of this stuff, what I was thinking, The 1531 is obviously, this 1531 is going to Utah. It's going to Virginia too, because Utah and Virginia share this degree. That's their connection. But Elon was in transit with a collective transit, okay? And the day before, on the 9th, He held all of the enlightenment. The enlightenment. There was a lot of enlightenment that he was getting about Doge, the courts, the judges. During this event, all of the directed energy was opposing Erica Kirk. The 1408 was bringing limits and obstacles with this event with Charlie because of Arizona and the way Arizona does business, which is crooked as hell. So this 1408 had already made contact. It had already transformed Elon Musk in the public eye that morning. So that morning on September 10th, there was a lot of transformation with Elon. So so Elon Musk and Doge on September 9th, 2025. Oh, shit. It was big, big energy. So on September 9th, Elon Musk was a prominent speaker at the All In Summit in Los Angeles. During his interview, he notably reflected on his side quest with Federal Department of Government Efficiency, Doge, while his team at Doge published separate unverified data layer claims regarding Social Security processing. That was on September 9th. So, yes, he was in transit. And it definitely was about Doge. It was definitely about money. So, if I can show you this, and I can show you this is what was going on, then I can definitely show you that this was definitely going on here on the map too. It was definitely going on with the map too. That 1408 was Ceres that is connecting. It's right here. And it's not going over here. It's not going here. This is the directed energy. This is where all the energy was going at the Institute building. And right here, right in front, right here. Like literally right here. Or that person was either right here, right here, right in the bushes, okay, hiding in the trees, or was right here in front of him. And that is where Rick Cutler would be. Right where Rick Cutler would be. He had something to do with it. That dude had something to do with it. I don't think it was anybody that was any further away from Charlie. There was some type of directed energy here. I think Tyler shot. I think he may have shot, but he didn't. He's not the one that did did the deed. I just don't think so. Don't think so. Not at all. Yeah, Elon and Tyler, 539. 539. And if we look at the transits right now, okay? If we look at the transits right now and we go, okay, so when was that 539 in transit? When were they both in transit with other people's money? When was that? Okay, so let's look at that because there was a breakup. There was a breakup with it, and I'm going to show you. Let me show you when it began because it's a 24-hour transit. It would have started, let's see. Would have been right here. Right here. This is when it began. Right here. Here is the 539. And guess who is right here? The Department of Justice. The Department of Justice. There's that 1435 again. There it is. There it is. Right there. Department of Justice and Tyler Robinson and his connection with Elon. So all day on the 3rd, it's a 24-hour transit. And then on the 4th, Saturday through 3 o'clock, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that there is a connection between them two. Okay. But who was holding the other collective transit? Let me show you. This is 447. That is Israel. That's Israel. This 1318, this is Epstein. Again, we've got a lot of warring with President Trump and his connection to the FBI. Oh, but there is a big shakeup, big shakeup with Colorado. Big shakeup with Colorado on the 4th. And as you can see, the lunar nodes are coming down to that 220 with Fort Huachuca. But yeah, all day on the 4th and the 3rd, there's a breakup with Tyler Robinson and communications. Meaning 2 people either cut off communications or began communications with him. It would appear to me that they cut communications off. There's a cut. We don't talk to you no more. That's it. I see it with breakups. That's why I'm saying that, because there is a breakup with him. He's definitely a patsy. Definitely a patsy. Oh, yeah, we would definitely be in jail, Cinderella. Yeah, it was your birthday. It was your birthday. That's right. Are we back? Hold on. Oh, okay, we're back. So let me go ahead and stop this and we'll get back to the, let's see what she's got, because I really want to hear what she has to say. Oh, shoot. Let me turn on the.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
All right, and I want to go through with you your timeline. You mentioned that you started at the Hall of Flags, right? And then you came down. It took you a minute to kind of navigate the stairs with the crowd and the chaos and everything. And then you were in the grassy area of the courtyard for a bit. Is that right?
Yeah, so about 30 seconds, get down the stairs, and then I went right down to where the tent was.
And that's where you found the holster.
No, the holster was up higher. So I went down by the tent, so it's lower level. So as I came down towards where Charlie Kirk was shot, I went down towards the tent to assess to see what was going on down there, because I didn't know exactly what. I heard the gunshot, didn't know exactly what was going on.
I'm sorry, I missed that you went down to the tent. So let me ask you about that. So what did you do when you got down to the tent?
When I got down to the tent, Charlie was gone. They put him in an SUV and left. At that moment, there were still some people running around. So I decided to preserve the scene as much as I could with trying to escort people out. And that's why I went back in and started pushing people off the grass area to conserve any ammunition or any casings or anything to that effect that would be around. I wanted to make sure people were off and there was as much evidence preserved as possible.
So just to be clear, by the time you got to the tent, Mr. Kirk had already been removed and taken from the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, what was the perimeter of the crime scene?
What do you mean by the parameter? So
The perimeter, like how far did this crime scene stretch? Like where did you want people to move off of?
well, at first I wanted them all off the grass because, like I said, I thought we had a suspect in custody. So to me, it would be a close encounter. So I was trying to push everybody off the grass in case there were shell casings or to that effect that got on the grass. So after I pushed them off to that part and getting up to the top where I saw that empty holster, when I saw that empty holster is when things started slowing down for me a little bit. All the chaos and stuff that's when I realized that it was a rifle shot, not a handgun shot.
Okay. And that's when you saw the low C building and it occurred to you should go check it out.
Yes, it was right in my line of sight.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole time that this is going on, you had an active body camera on your, I guess your collar, is that right?
I was right on my
Your
chest. Yes.
Okay. And it was on.
Yes.
And it appears to me from reviewing your body camera that there was another individual who was with you that went to the low C building who was in civilian clothing but appeared to have a gun. Who was that?
I don't know who he was exactly. He had a badge on, and I had somebody with me to back me up as I ran up the stairs to make sure I had somebody with me.
So you don't know what agency he's from or where he's from?
No.
And it looked like he had a pistol.
Yes.
Is that right?
A handgun, yes.
Or a handgun. Yeah. And so the two of you go to the low C building.
Yes.
When you reviewed the videotape at the police department later, did you check to see if anyone had been on the low C building after the shooting, after this individual had jumped off that you've already talked about? Was there anybody else on the roof? Did you check and see in that gap of time?
In that gap of time, no. So once I put up the barrier, I only walked up to about that point. Then I went down and reviewed the video from that moment on.
So are you able to say for one way or the other if anyone else had been on that roof in between when the person jumped off the building and when you came on the roof? Are you able to say one way or the other?
There was people up there looking for an individual that ran that way because when I first got told the individual ran heading north, we didn't know where the shooter was. So we started climbing up and clearing the building. And then it wasn't until I went to the PD and actually saw him jump off of the building that I knew he was off the building.
Let me rephrase that because I think I either asked it badly or you misunderstood me. So let me go back again. So from the time that the individual that you spotted on the video jumped off the roof, right? The individual that you thought was in the prone position.
Okay.
Between that and when you got on the roof, did you ever check to see if anybody else had been on the roof in that period of time?
Yeah, and I didn't see anybody.
So you
I
did
didn't
watch?
notice anybody.
You didn't, did you look on the video to see that entire, okay, that's what I'm asking. So you did not review the video to see if there was someone between you, that individual jumping off and you coming on, if anybody had been on or disturbed that scene in any way. Okay. But once you put the tape up, then we're confident from that point on the scene was preserved, right? By the way, where did you get that tape?
Officers responded on the scene that he was down on the bottom and threw it up to me. So
Okay. So you didn't have it on you?
no,
And you didn't leave the scene to go get it?
no,
Someone threw it up?
yes.
Great. All right. While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no, that's why when I saw the prone position where a person would be laying down as a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be, the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some
Yes.
do, some don't,
Yes.
right? And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets.
No.
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof
I'm not. aware.
vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the low C building?
I know.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it, I don't know, what do you have to do, charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the hollow flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet. That's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
You mentioned when you went to the police department, you watched the video where you saw an individual up on the roof,
Yes.
right? And that individual was in the vicinity where you saw the disturbance in the gravel.
Yes.
And when you looked at that video, were you able to identify the individual's face?
I know.
Were you able to identify any markings on their clothing?
I know.
Were you able to identify their height?
No.
When we looked at the picture of the, I think you called it the sniper perch, so I'm going to use your words. It looked like there was a measuring tape laid out next to it. Were you present when they measured like the distance, like how tall that person would have been?
I was not.
So you don't know what that is?
I don't.
Let me know which building.
Were you able to tell the person's weight from the video that you saw?
I can tell he wasn't heavy set. So
Okay.
I'm more of a skinnier person.
Could you identify what shoes they were wearing?
I could not.
Could you identify anything about a hat or what was on their head?
At the moment, no, I couldn't.
And did you see a gun in the video?
I saw a long black object in the left hand as he was running across the roof.
And in fact, did you describe that in your report as a bag?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why.
All right, let's pull that report back up, please.
I haven't heard about another rooftop where a bullet was found. If y'all find out, let me know.
Oh, never mind. I don't think you mentioned what you saw. So in your report, let's pull that back up, please. Page 5 on the Bagley one. So looking at the second page, you're actually going to have to go to page 6, I think. You talk about what you saw in the video where they jumped off the roof. And again, I'm going to remind you of our conversation we had before about you understand how important these reports are.
Yeah.
And do you mention anywhere in this report that you saw a gun?
I did not. I just had an object.
Did you mention that you saw that object? Is that on here?
Nope.
Okay, so you left that out. Now, have you looked at that over and over again?
The video? No,
Yeah.
I've only seen it twice.
Oh, really?
Yep.
When's the last time you saw it?
It's been months.
Okay. The last time you saw it, were you able to tell what that object was in his hand?
Yes.
Now-
Not tell what it is. I could see there's an object in that left hand. Yes.
And could you, knowing what you know about the case today, do you have an idea about what that object was?
It looks like a rifle or something to that effect. A long object.
It looks like a rifle.
Like a long object, like skinny and long. You can see it's like almost like it's covered over something.
So you saw the cover, which was the towel, right?
Yes, and the shape of it is long.
Okay.
You know.
So you can see a towel, but you can't see an actual
I don't know if it
gun.
was a towel or a blanket. I don't know what it was.
But you can't see an actual gun.
No,
video.
like an object, like a form of a gun, like a long object.
Okay. All right. At the end of that day, what time did you leave the campus?
I was probably like 9 o'clock that night, maybe somewhere around there.
And did you come back the next morning and work some more?
I came back the next morning, yes.
And you worked all day the next day?
On and off.
When you left at 9 p.m., did you or anyone else know who the shooter was on that day?
I know. Not that I know.
I thought earlier he said he left at 1.
Did you or anybody on that campus know who the shooter was?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So nothing that you found that day or anyone else to your knowledge on campus was able to identify who the shooter was?
And that day, no.
Right.
Well, during the time I was there, no, that I knew of.
I also want to talk to you about that giant picture that was showed to you. Do you know?
Exhibit 35, I think.
Yes, it's Exhibit 35. Do you know who took that picture, where it came from?
I do not.
Do you know how old it is?
I have no idea.
Okay. And the pictures you were shown, exhibits 1, 2, and 3, that you got up and kind of talked about and showed all the buildings and everything. Do you have any knowledge about where those pictures came from? Or who
Yes,
took
they
them?
were drone footage, just taken from a drone.
Do you know who was operating the drone?
Sergeant Cam Nielsen from Provo Police Department.
Provo Police Department. Had you seen those pictures before today?
Before today, yes.
When did you see them?
A couple weeks ago.
And that was just in preparation for testifying?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you ever seen those pictures? Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment?
Here is where the Provo Police Department is, guys. Again, it's going to be right here on the Leo, the Venus and Leo, that 1920, the Venus and Leo. That's where it is. The 1919 Venus would go to Ghislaine Maxwell, and the 1920 during the event is going to go to Elon, but it's going right over here on Provo Police Department. Provo Police Department. And remember, it's going over the Fugel building as well. So we're going this way. This way. This would be where, you know, there was a bunch of hand signals going, right? Right next to Charlie to the right. Bunch of hand signals going. And we go this way. Just letting you guys know that that's where we're going with the Provo Police Department, what he's talking about. Right there.
Moment, Your Honor.
You may, Ms.
Just one
Nestor.
moment. One last thing I want to clarify. We heard you testify that Ms. Richards, or I don't know if she's Deputy Richards.
She's a state employee for the forensic lab.
So Ms.
Melissa.
Richards.
Melissa.
She is the one who took those nighttime pictures of the stuff on the roof.
Yes.
And you testified that she told you that that was what they looked like that day.
Yes.
When did you meet with her?
I talked to her on the phone. It was several weeks ago in preparation for the trial.
So prior to a couple weeks ago, you never discussed those pictures with
Yeah,
her?
because I'd never seen them.
Oh, so a couple weeks ago is the first time you saw them?
Yeah.
And did you write any kind of supplement to your report, to add on to your report, other than what we've gone through today, that one report you wrote? Have you ever written another one?
I have not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Grunander, redirect.
Just one question, I believe, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, if we could pull up State's Exhibit 1.
All right, let's do that.
You've talked about this handgun holster that you observed
Yes.
on the grass in the courtyard.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you would approach the monitor when it comes up and point out as best you can where you observed that holster, okay? Oh, here we are. So again, the question is where was that holster lying when you observed it?
So again, this is the picture of the courtyard area facing north. On the south end down here, you got different tiers of grass. On this top tier back here in this area, which is more the center bottom left of the photo. So it's going to be the waterfalls on the left side, so more towards the top of it. On the south side by the Fugal building, that top tier of grass is about where it was at.
In the middle area of that?
Yes.
By the Fugal building. Okay.
And that's where I could see straight up where the line of sight was.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, officer. Just for the benefit of those in attendance, you may have noticed that I drink some water. Please, if you have water in what's been previously approved, don't hesitate. You can drink, just don't spill it. And let's go to the state. Ready to proceed with your next witness?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls David Hull.
All right. Would you like to come forward and be sworn in?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
All right. If you'd like to be seated right here at the witness in the witness seat, and once you're situated, there's a bottle of water to your left. And if you wouldn't mind, after you're seated, bringing that microphone closer to you so it picks up your voice. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
You're ready.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and spell your last?
David Hull, Hull.
And are you employed?
I am, yes.
Who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you worked for the Department of Public Safety?
I'm in my 12th year.
Are you a peace officer?
I am, yes.
Are you post-certified?
I am, yes.
When did you receive your certification?
2015.
And since that time, has your certification remained intact? In other words, has it lapsed or been taken away or anything like that?
No, it's been continuous.
I think you said you're in your 12th year. Did you already say that? Your 12th year with the DPS. Have you worked for?
That's where he's saying that it was. That holster was what it was. Just so you know, there's the breakup. There's the breakup. It's a shakeup with a breakup. There's a lot of Sedna and Uranus being here in Taurus. There is a betrayal here. There's betrayal there.
I spent just under a year in the Alcohol Bureau and the undercover unit, and then the remainder of that time was with major crimes.
Major crimes. What did that entail?
Predominantly investigating crimes that are considered to be major in nature. Predominantly violent crime, including homicide, sexual assault, in some cases, fraud cases. Kind of covered a whole gambit of things, but predominantly violent crime.
And throughout your career with the DPS, have you done any training related to murder investigations specifically?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe what that specific training entailed?
I've done internal and external courses around lead homicide investigation, officer-involved critical incidents, child deaths and unexplained deaths in children, aquatic homicide, and then just continuing investigations related to homicide itself.
And throughout your career with DPS?
Guys, I've been doing this live for about 4.5 hours. I don't really have a whole lot of people coming in here wanting to, to support the mapping and the astrology. And I do appreciate all of you for being here. I'm just going to, I'm going to call this live an end to, because I got other things I want to do today. like do a members only live. I want to talk about Sebastian Rogers. There's other things I want to talk about today. But I did want to come on and show you guys the map, the astrology again, and just remind everyone that what I saw the day before is exactly what Candace and her team, what she is telling Sean Ryan, what other people have noted is that this is a cover up. It's a massive conspiracy cover up, period. And we cannot continue to allow foreign agents to run the show in this country like Israel. So I definitely want to be doing the Know Thyself series. I want to do that since I wasn't able to do that yesterday. I want to prepare for that. And so I hope you guys understand that, there's just other things I want to be talking about today. And I didn't plan on spending 4.5 hours talking about this and looking at the case because it's pretty boring to me. It's already a slam dunk. I already know who I think is responsible. And I think that this is going to be it's already a shit show. It's already a shit show. So you guys that are members, if you're not a member, become a member. Okay, become a member because I am going to be doing this series for members only. And I'll be back today. Just watch for the thumbnail. I'll be putting it out soon. And we're going to be, bring your charts, bring your drinks, your coffee, whatever you want. And let's do a deep dive on the second house because that's what we're going to be talking about is the second house, which is Venus ruled. And yeah. So I will be back on later, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. Love you guys. Peace out.